World Entrepreneurs Day celebrations. Here we are, yet again, in 2020, being honored by the presence of the star alumni entrepreneurs. Thank you, alumni, for accepting our invitation in such large numbers. We are indeed privileged. WEDC celebrated World Entrepreneurship Week during the last couple of days and had students conduct and participate in many competitions to include pitching of innovative business ideas that could disrupt the hospitality and tourism space. WGSHA wants its students to tap into the immense entrepreneurial opportunities despite the present pandemic and take up the challenges to solve the problems of the industry as well as the world. With that brief on WEDC, thank you one and all. I request Kushi to continue with the proceedings. Over to you, Kushi.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite our principal, Chef Thirugnana Sambantham, to give his message. Over to you, Chef.
Thank you, Kushi. Good morning, one and all present here. And it gives me an immense pleasure to see our incredible alumni for the Alumni Entrepreneurship Summit 2020 is a special one. We at Manipal Academy of Higher Education and WGSHA always believe in nation building. Whatever we do it with pride. And we strive to educate students without compromising quality and consistency. This was a dream of late Dr. T.M.A. Pai, the visionary of Manipal. Dear students, entrepreneurship is a significant feature of the Indian economic landscape. Since country's founding, it has been a driver of economic growth, job creation, and the sources of countless ideas, many of which were successfully translated into products and services that touch citizens across the country and around the world, saving lives and enhancing the quality of life. Our economy and future prosperity depends on many factors, but high among this list is ability of entrepreneurs and innovators to develop ideas into great enterprises. Their ideas are creating jobs, they are enhancing prosperity, and they are inspiring a generation of rising fellow Indians to see how their minds can be their greatest resources. But entrepreneurship is more than just an engine of economic growth. It also a factor that makes community more vibrant, inclusive, and secure. These are but some of the reasons that we are so excited about entrepreneurship, and we are doing it what we can to promote it worldwide, including here in India. I request every student to listen well and what our distinguished alumni have to offer. Please bear in mind it was not so long ago that they shared the same premises as you. Their stories of hard work, sacrifice, and dedication, which ultimately led to success, will be shared with you. To enhance and upgrade your knowledge, we have invited the following industry luminaries to present their views. To begin with, Chef Dr. Vikas Khanna, Mr. Vikas Mahajan, Mr. Rishit Bandari, Mr. Vikas Malik, Chef Nitin Tandon, Mr. Prasanna Vijay Kumar, Ms. Tanima Kilani, Chef Om S. Nayak, Mr. Maninder Shopti, Ms. Swastika, Mr. Tejas Hegde, Mr. Akhil Malik, and Chef Nishan. With this, I make our alumni to commence their sessions. Jai Hind. Over to you, Kushi.
Thank you, Chef, for constantly inspiring us. Alumni are the mirrors that reflect the image of this institution to which they belong. To assemble the alumni on the same platform and to build a strong public relation, MAHE has come up with a cell called Alumni Relations, which started in the year 2004. We are honored to have with us Dr. Rohit Singh, Director, Alumni Relations, MAHE Manipal. He is an associate professor in the Department of Otolaryngology, Kasturba Medical College, Manipal. Among his many honors, Dr. Rohit is a recipient of Sri Ratan Tata Award for Rhinology Fellowship from Graz Medical School, Austria for the year 2008 and British Academic Congress Fellowship, Liverpool and Glasgow in 2009. Dr. Rohit has to his credit more than 30 publications in various national and international journals, and also co-authored 2 ENT textbooks. He also serves as an international guest faculty at universities in Europe and USA. I now invite Sir to say a few words. Over to you, Sir.
The chief guest for today's meeting, Chef Dr. Vikas Khanna, the principal of WGSHA, Chef Thiru, our very distinguished alumni invitees and resource persons for today's meeting, faculty members, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from here in India, and a good evening for those special guests joining us from the United States and Canada. When you have a dynamic leader like Chef Thiru, who's leading a team of very diligent faculty members, which in addition gets support of a global Manipal alumni network, then a magic happens. And this magic is called WGSHA. Today, your alma mater, WGSHA, sparkles as one of the most precious gems on the crown of our university, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Now let me justify the statement that I just made. Now, if you saw the inaugural video that we just played of our logo of Manipal alumni, it says connect, inspire, and support. That's the new theme that we came up with. When the idea came up, the whole idea was we need to have a very strong and a very engaged group of alumni globally. When it came to implementation, WGSHA was light years ahead of all of the other institutions that come under the same umbrella. You already have an alumni family with which you're well connected with, which is very well seen today, that we have representations from the 6th course all the way to the 24th course. And they're all senior alumni who are here today. They're all delightfully engaging with you students, and they are going to inspire the younger generation. So the connect, inspire, support, the entire theme is already very much implemented by WGSHA. You have a world-class culinary museum, which is thanks to the contributions of our chief guest, Chef Dr. Vikas Khanna, which itself speaks volumes of what alumni can do for an institution. You need to see it to believe it. Now, what needs to be appreciated at WGSHA is that despite a lot of disruptions that happened this year due to the pandemic, WGSHA has been engaging with its students, engaging with its alumni on various platforms. I tell you, during this pandemic, they've been extremely busy on their online platforms, and there are n number of programs that was going on. There were activities like mentorship programs and inspiration programs, immersion programs, development programs, and the list is endless. You know, I can go on, and I could talk on the programs that Chef Thiru and his diligent team did over the past few months during this pandemic. Looks like they're already ready with their online material, and they were just they just went on without being affected by the pandemic, the trouble that it caused. So students, you are extremely lucky to be a part of this incredible experience, which is called WGSHA. Now, coming to today's event, which is titled as Alumni Entrepreneur Summit 2020, quite interestingly, I was going through the historical roots of this word entrepreneur, and one of those roots says it goes back to a war vocabulary, where they would say that when there's an army attacking a particular town, when they would surround that particular town, it would be considered an entrepreneurial activity. Why? Because it involved strategy, it involved organization, it involved risk. I mean, that's my kind of understanding. So to my understanding, more than it's neither a science nor it's an art, it's all about practice, it's all about perseverance, it's all about extremely hard work, and you are really lucky that some extremely distinguished people, distinguished alumni are here with you today, who are going to share this platform, share their experiences, share their journeys, and please make the best use of this particular meeting. I, on behalf of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, wish your meeting a very grand success, and I also take this opportunity to welcome all our dear alumni who are during the calmer times to come back to campus, and please do visit Manipal. It will be a pleasure to host you in Manipal. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Team WGSHA, and thank you so much, Chef Thiru.
Thank you, sir. We are glad to have you with us today. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, I would like to request the digital media team to present Dr. Rohit Singh with a certificate. Thank you once again, sir. And now, we have present amongst us a Michelin star awarded chef, restaurateur, cookbook writer, filmmaker, humanitarian, and a chief guest for today's event, Chef Vikas Khanna, our very own WGSHA alumni. Chef's record-breaking journey from the city of Amritsar to being one of the world's most renowned chefs truly leaves us all in awe. We hope that one day we can emulate the kind of personality millions admire. We now have a short video introducing him.
Widely known for feeding over 30 million people across the length and breadth of India through the Feed India movement, Chef Vikas Khanna is a humble, passionate, poetic and progressive culinarian. A chef, an author, a filmmaker and an entrepreneur, Chef Vikas Khanna is a compassionate alumnus of Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration. He built India's first culinary museum at his alma mater, showcasing ancient utensils, crockery and cutlery. Having served eminent world leaders such as Narendra Modi and Barack Obama, he is a true inspiration for youngsters to soar high. Chef Khanna is the author of Utsav, a culinary epic of Indian festivals, a book that symbolizes India and its resplendent heritage.
Transsexuals or the Hijras we call it, because there's no celebration in Hindus which is complete without their husbands. So when such a big project was launched, I said it is dedicated to them. Anything, this is just like ingredients, celebration, all the festivals, every little festival which we got.
He serves a seasonal culinary experience inspired by traditional Indian flavors in his brand new venture, Ellora by Vikas Khanna. Of the many documentaries produced and directed by Chef Vikas Khanna, like Kitchens of Gratitude and Holy Kitchen, The Last Color was released at the 71st Cannes Film Festival and made it to the final list of Oscar 2020 eligibility of best films. He has worked his way up to being the first Indian chef to receive a Michelin star for his restaurant Junoon at Manhattan.
My experience of life has been through morsels of food. I believe that food has the ability to bridge all differences. I've experienced this generosity of spirit since childhood. From community kitchens of Sikh temples to warm hearty meals of Amma's ashram, relishing the meals and togetherness with Muslim families during Ramadan. The modest feast at Buddhist monasteries and the Jewish soup kitchens, as well as the soul-nurturing feast at Christian shelters. I traveled around the world to discover the oneness of communities created through food.
From cooking with his mother and grandmother at his home, to becoming one of the world's most renowned and leading master chef, Chef Vikas Khanna has come a long way in his culinary journey.
Now, let's welcome Chef Vikas Khanna with a big round of applause.
For this wonderful video, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anil Bhatt for the voiceover, Dr. Padma Rani to provide us with the facilities, Mr. Rajul Bose for compiling the video, and our students, Ms. Sadhika and Mr. Subhash for the script. And now, the much awaited moment. Joining us all the way from New York is our chief guest, none other than Chef Vikas Khanna. Over to you, Chef.
Hi everyone, absolute honor to be talking to you. Good morning, India. I think colleges are very important. They teach us discipline, but they also give us landmarks. If I wasn't in Manipal, everybody keeps asking me the same question again and again. What if I had never gone to Manipal? I would have never experienced cooking like this. I would have never understood the meaning of food like this. So thanks to the alumni and to the faculty, to the city of Udupi, Mangalore, everything around Manipal, which is actually integrated into culture of Manipal. I think because of that, I had a three-dimensional overview of Indian cuisine. So my gratitude, my heart, my everything, whatever I do achieve is because of this training, which was the foundation of my career. I would have never gotten an opportunity to work with some of the best chefs. The college actually gives you the confidence and the discipline to move forward. So I really want to thank everybody. Chef Thiru, thank you. You've uplifted all of us, and it means so much to all of us. You know, you being our leader, our guide and mentor. This is very special for me. You know that. So I think for me to survive in America, I came here in 2000, and I realized that, you know, the Caucasian chefs or the chefs who are doing international cuisine, they have an edge over us because the way media projected them and the way they were being accepted. So everybody kept telling me, you know, you should stop doing Indian food, and you know, you've trained in international kitchens, and you can do some other kitchens, other cuisines. My point was that with the cuisine comes the heritage of culture. We inherit this. And I said, it's going to be a difficult path for an Indian chef to be in absolute mainstream platforms. But that is going to be amazing too, because one day I'll be sitting here in front of all of you and talking about it is so important to break rules. When everyone told me it is not possible for Indian chef to ever get a Michelin star in America, that is an amazing opportunity. Impossibility is an amazing opportunity, because then at that moment you're very alert. At the same time, you're very focused. Most importantly, you are ready to take more risks, not just financially. You take risks with everything. Even now, you know, it's like every time you have to create something new, it has to be better than everyone else in your whole industry, and not just with Indian chefs or Western chefs, European chefs, Australian or Middle Eastern chefs. We have to set up a standard so high that they all cannot just ignore us, and we can't be just swiped under the carpets and said Indian cuisine doesn't matter. So of course I'm on my way out and you people are on your way in. So everything is in your hands, how you take this heritage forward without losing the integrity and without following many rules. If you follow many rules, your brain is going to tell you to stop, but the heart keeps saying you've got to move on. You are getting this opportunity. You've got to grab it, make best use of it. Learn as much as you can. You've got to absorb as much as possible, because it's just exactly like when we marinate meat. We marinate it so that it tenderizes. The tissues become more accepting of new flavors. And that is what we call great cooking, not good cooking. So you have to be learning that as a philosophy, as a symbol of how you're going to absorb all these cultures around you and absorb all the information and knowledge from the teachers and use it for your benefit, because you are the next leaders of this industry.
Thank you, Chef. Your years of experience and in-depth understanding of this industry is inspiring for budding entrepreneurs. The Feed India initiative, started under the guidance of Chef Vikas, has crossed 50 million meals. The noble initiative began from a single tweet by Chef in April this year, and thus began a journey of feeding millions of people in need across hundreds of cities in India amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Even amidst the pandemic, being thousands of miles away, watching you help and give back to your country via the initiative has been extremely heartwarming. Thank you once again, Chef. As a token of our appreciation.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, this is for all the students who are watching us right now. It is important to be successful. It is also important to be secured financially. But the most important thing what you have to learn is use your privilege to uplift others. It is so easy for me, I could have just ignored this whole situation. But you are given a privilege, you are given a certain leverage, a certain platform. You've got to make best use of it. You work hard to get that platform, but that can't be the only purpose for fame, name, more money, bigger houses, and bigger planes. Can't be the purpose. The purpose I realized on the 1st of April was that I need to channelize everything what has been given to me, because all the success also belonged to every Indian who supported me and taught me, and who was clapping when I was receiving awards, and who was also sad when I was failing. So it all belonged to them, and that connect, we cannot cut off those cords. It is not possible. Then there's no purpose of success. I don't count that success. My mother told me, I don't need to know which cities you have houses. I don't need to know how many planes you have. I don't care about that. If my son can't stand and feed my country and his native motherland, everything is meaningless. So sometimes it's the parents who actually reboot your moral compass. And I was lucky that day I listened to her. And because of that, we have fed more than 53 million people and more than 3 million sanitary pads, 500,000 slippers, and 1.1 million mithai ke dabbas just on Diwali all over the country. So this only happened because I listened to the woman who actually rebooted my moral compass.
Thank you so much, sir. This is what keeps us inspired. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, I would like to request the digital media team to present Chef Vikas Khanna with a certificate. Thank you, digital media team. Thank you once again, Chef. It was an honor to have you with us.
Likewise. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chef. Thank you. We owe you a lot more than we actually can thank you for. Thank you all the kids.
Thank you so much.
All these kids who are watching us, that you've got to hold this light much forward.
Thank
Yes,
you, Chef.
sir. Thank you so much, Chef.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
We now have a short clip introducing our guest of honor, Chef Vikas Mahajan.
Oh my God, can I quickly say something before?
Yes, sir, sure.
So, when we were growing up in cooking colleges and in India, the general manager would always be American, European, British chefs. Our big GMs would always come from outside. So Vikas Mahajan is my batchmate from 6th course, and I'm very proud of him. And he is one person that followed his journey in America and Canada. He's one such Indian who leads international chains. So the times are changing now that for India to get Western people, leaders, to lead the hotels, we have people like Vikas Mahajan, who is actually leading major properties and major important investments in the Western world. So I'm a huge fan, and I hope everything he says is important to all of your journeys. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Sir, before you go, could we have one picture with you, sir? I request all the faculty members to switch on the videos. We'll take a screenshot, sir.
Okay, wow. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, ma'am. Hi.
Hi.
Is it done? Or I don't know what's going on.
Yes, sir, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
Chef.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas Khanna. Thank you so much.
Can we now have Mr. Vikas Mahajan's video, please?
Introducing a Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration alumni and today's keynote speaker, Vic Mahajan. After graduating from WGSHA in '94, Vic also earned his hotel management degree from Johnson & Wales University in Providence, Rhode Island. Vic started his career as a hotel intern with Hyatt Hotels in Chicago. He then moved on to Starwood Hotels and Resorts, where he held various executive management positions with different prominent properties including Westin Michigan Avenue, Chicago, and Sheraton Fort Lauderdale Beach Resort. After 10 exciting years with Starwood Hotels, Vic joined Station Casinos, a premier gaming and entertainment company located in Las Vegas, Nevada. His career with Station Casinos took him to many different properties, including Palace Station Hotel and Casino, Sunset Station Hotel and Casino, and the luxurious Red Rock Casino Resort and Spa in Las Vegas. Currently, Vic is the CEO at the River CREE Resort and Casino, one of the top integrated resorts in Canada. And today, Vic will share his journey and knowledge of the industry with us.
Thank you, digital media team. So we'll be talking about his journey and about entrepreneurship. He will also share with us some tips for successful leaders. I will now like to invite Sir to address the audience. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you, Khushi. And thank you all of us for joining us today. First of all, I'd like to thank my brother Vikas Khanna for giving me such a beautiful introduction. Vikas is not just a very famous chef or a very popular person in India, but not just Manipal, but also worldwide. And I love this man more so because nor has he just gained so much success and fame, but he always remembers to give back to the community. And for that, I respect him a lot. So Vikas, if you're not there still, but thank you. And you've made us all very, very proud. And we can all be very inspired by you. So thank you. I also want to thank Chef Thiru and all of the other faculty. I've spoken with you, Chef, a couple times now, and I think we've hit it off very well. I think Manipal WGSHA has got a great mentor and leader. Every time I speak to you, the passion you have for the students and for the school, and you've been there 20 years, so which shows a lot of stability for you being there that long. So I thank you for your service to my most memorable school that I attended in my life. My 3 years in WGSHA from 91 to 94 were just beautiful. And I know there's some faculty that's still there from the time I was there, and thank you all, but don't share my stories with the students and other teachers. So anyways, moving on from there is, I want to tell all the students that you guys, you may not know it today, but I can tell you, I didn't know it myself when I was graduating, but you are ready to be leaders. You're so well prepared with all of the education, the experiences, the internships, and hands-on training, and such great leaders. And and being away from home and learning those experiences on your own and making those relationships and friendships with people in your batch, your junior batches and senior batches and the alumni now, I think you're really set up for success. So I don't want you to be nervous or feel scared. This pandemic has hit us, but so what? Things happen in life. The world's gone through much more than this pandemic, and I think we're around the corner for this, and it should be behind us. And usually time heals everything, and we'll forget about it pretty quickly. But remember that you're very well prepared, and it's a beautiful world out there. Some people may say it's not a beautiful world, but I'm telling you, it's a beautiful world, and you guys are going to make your place in it. So with that, I think I'm going to do a few things today. First, I just want to share quickly my journey as to where I am and how I got here. And then I want to speak to you a little bit about entrepreneurship. And after that, I want to share a few tips for successful leaders. These are tips that I think, even today, as my role as a CEO, when I hire senior executives and so on, I look for these things. And sometimes, many times, skill is not the only thing I look for. The other traits that I'll go over with you are more important than just skill alone. And then if there's time, if there's a way to do any Q&A, if the system allows it, then I'll be more than happy to answer some questions. So a little bit about myself. Not very far away from Amritsar, there's a small town called Pathankot in Punjab. That's where I was born, but I spent most of my life at the Lawrence School, Sanar. I was there for about 9 years, from grade 4 till grade 12. Again, being away from home, having those friendships, the people that I met there, creating those bonds, and learning life lessons on your own without your parents, really molded me as a person as to who I am today. And followed by going to WGSHA at Manipal for another 3 years from after Sanar was just the icing on the cake. WGSHA is not just a hospitality school, but it's a hospitality institution. It's definitely number one in India and amongst the top in the entire world. I'm very proud when I tell people I graduated from WGSHA. From WGSHA, I moved to the United States to go to Johnson & Wales University. I think I was the first graduate from Manipal that went to Johnson & Wales. And I think Rishad Bhandari joined a couple years after I went to Johnson & Wales University. So after while I was in Johnson & Wales University, I realized that the studies and what I was learning and all my experiences was pretty simple, pretty easy, because my foundation was already so strong from what I was shown in WGSHA. It had already prepared me better so than the students that I was with from the United States at that university. So I found Johnson & Wales to be a very easy breezy time for me to move on and graduate from there. While I was at Johnson & Wales, I also did an internship, quite like the ones when we do in Manipal, when we go to different hotels. I think you're probably still doing them. So I did my first internship. That was my first real job in my life, as an intern at the Hyatt Regency in Chicago, which is over 2,000 guest rooms. It has, I think, 500,000 square feet of meeting space or more. And it's just a factory as a hotel located on Chicago River, beautiful property. And that was a great experience for me, a real first time getting in there, getting my hands dirty and working. And when I graduated from Johnson & Wales, they brought me back to join them as a hotel intern, as a rooms intern. But within that same year, that was 1996, I was lured in by STARWOOD. And my first job at the STARWOOD was at the Westin, Michigan Avenue as a housekeeping manager, assistant housekeeping manager. And I spent a good 6 years at that property, working very hard, going through many different executive positions. You got to remember, people like us had to work harder because we also needed the companies to sponsor us to get us green cards and citizenships and things of that nature. So, while we were very well prepared, we always had to outshine others because someone had to make a decision and say, okay, you know what, we'll help you get that next step. And it's not very easy. It's not very easy when you're in the States to get somebody to do that for you. So it was a great experience with the Westin in Chicago. I then got promoted to Fort Lauderdale Beach, which is in Florida, right on Ocean Drive. First, actually, at the airport hotel as a director of rooms division, and I oversaw all the rooms departments and so on. And from there, I was promoted to the Beach Hotel, which is a Westin Sheraton. It was 2 hotels as a hotel manager. And, great experiences, had a great time. I spent about 10 years with STARWOOD Hotels till, at that point, when you get to that point in your career, a lot of companies try to recruit you and they go after you. Headhunters and recruiters come after you, which is a great position to be in. You feel good. And Las Vegas is the mecca of our industry. If any of you've been there or if you've researched the hotels and resorts and the casinos that we have in Las Vegas Valley are just, in that one strip, which is called the Strip, you have some of the best chefs, the best restaurants, the best hotel rooms, and just luxury. And it's just a fun environment to be in. So I joined Station Casinos, which is a premier gaming company. And they've got about 18 properties across the valley and some of the small properties. And I started there. I opened their first luxury property, which is Red Rock, Las Vegas. It's one of the most luxurious properties in Vegas. And I was their vice president for the hotel division. So I think I did a decent job on the hotel side. Very soon, I moved up to assistant general manager and general managers, overseeing many different casino resorts in Las Vegas. During that same time, I also worked for a company. I left Stations and moved to another company called Paragon Gaming. I was overseeing about 2 or 3 different casino resorts in Canada, in Vancouver and Edmonton and some of these other small towns that many of you may not be familiar with. I was until I moved and started overseeing them. Then I've ended up now in a town called Edmonton. And I'm running the River Cree Resort and Casino. I'm the CEO for River Cree Enterprises. It is one of the top 5 resort-style casinos in Canada. So that's my journey, how I got there. My debt and gratitude to all the teachers and all the faculty in Manipal. I wasn't an easy student. I gave them a very hard time, but I left that place a much better person, ready to face the world, and hospitality, just understanding what hospitality is all about. So always be indebted to WGSHA for that. Since it is Entrepreneurs Day, I do want to touch a little bit on that. Personally, I'm a little out of touch with India. I haven't been there in a long time, but entrepreneurship is a worldwide spirit. So it exists everywhere in every industry, and it should in ours too. Our industry has changed quite a bit since when I was graduating 6th course. As Kushi mentioned when Vikas came, very old graduates. Yeah, we are very old graduates, but it's your world today, and you guys are going to come out and conquer the world. But I personally think that India is a mecca of entrepreneurs, because I see some big corporations, and then you see the street vendors, little street vendors from in every town and village of India. And in between the top corporations, you see so much in between. India has a population of 1.3 billion and growing, and very soon to surpass China. So the opportunity that we have in India for entrepreneurs is just infinity is the word I would like to use. You look at India, in our times when we were graduating, when we were leaving Manipal, very few people became entrepreneurs. If your family had a hotel or a restaurant, then you went into the business, and most people were looking to join a great company. But I think things have changed quite a bit today. It's not just hotels, it's restaurants, it's supply chains. Hotels and restaurants use so many other things other than perishable foods. There's so many things that are connected to our industry. So you can be a part of any one of those entrepreneur trails. The other thing I say is that many of you have formed bonds. I think many of you may have left home for the first time to come to WGSHA and live on your own. And you've made some bonds and friendships that are going to last forever. And these friendships can also turn into business partnerships. A few of you can get together and take a look. And a small restaurant soon can turn into a chain of restaurants. So there is a lot of opportunity with your connections, with the alumni and the friendships that you've made together. I know capital is tough to get. Capital is very important for entrepreneurs, and it's not easy to just come by. So it's okay to start small and then grow. And I think you guys have your basis. Your foundation is very strong, having graduated from Manipal, or when you graduate from Manipal, whether you know it or not. I say it all the time. I didn't know it when I was leaving, but you'll see every step of your way when you go out of Manipal or WGSHA that you'll know that, yeah, I am ready for this. WGSHA did teach me something great. You've got great faculty to count on. The other thing, I want to move on from entrepreneurship. I really want to talk about this. I'm going to put up a little slideshow and talk about 10 little tips that I want to share with you that you mostly don't see in textbooks. And these are things that you're just expected to know or do. But I'm telling you, these are important things. And even today, I look for those traits in people, and those are the people that succeed more than others. So I'm going to try to share my screen and get this up for you. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, maybe I'm going to need some help. I think you got, Chef Thiru, I think someone there has that PowerPoint, right?
Yes, Mr. Vikas.
If you can please put it.
Chirag?
Yes, sir. I'm just okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Share, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you can go to the next slide. So attitude. Now, attitude is very, very important. I hire attitude over skill, and you choose to have a good and a great attitude. And that's a choice you got to make in life, is always come up with a great attitude. Life is 10% what happens to me and 90% of how I react to it. So you can choose to have a bad attitude, or you can choose to have a great attitude, and it really shows up when people show up to work. And you can think of your friends and your friends that go to school with you and people that you may have worked with. Attitude is very important. Next. Hard work. There is no substitute for hard work. And hard work is not about spending lots of time at work and working, but it's about being productive. It's about being smart. It's about getting the most out of your day and time management. There is no substitute for it. And they say, the harder I work, the luckier I get. Next. Work-life balance. While I tell you that you got to work hard, but you got to also have life outside work. You got to have time to spend with your friends. Soon you guys are going to make families, spend time with your families, with your kids. It cannot always be about work. You got to rejuvenate, go out and get ready to go back to work. So there's got to be a work-life balance all the time. It's very easy to get suckered into just working. 20 years from now, you're going to look back and regret of the things that you didn't do. So never get so busy making a living that you forget to make a life. Take chances, make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes as far as you learn from your mistakes. And even when people work for me or work for you, when you become leaders and run hotels and teams and organizations, let people make mistakes. It's okay. As far as we all learn from our mistakes, the only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Never give up. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible. So keep trying, keep working at it, work hard, and never give up. This is one of my favorite things. This is something I look for in everybody, is being ethical behavior. And ethical behavior is doing the right thing when no one else is watching you. It's important, as leaders, you can do 99 things right, 99% of the time. The one time you do something that is not very ethical, trust me, when you lead teams, it gets noticed. And it takes away all the times you did the things right, and it just leaves a little mark on your character. So ethical is very important. Be kind. It's not very hard to be kind. People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Listen, God gave us 2 ears and one mouth, so we listen. Many times we're hearing people, we let them talk and we're ready for a response, but you really got to listen and understand what the other person is trying to tell you. The word listen contains the same letters as the word silent. Teamwork. Always remember that you by yourself cannot make the smartest decisions. None of us is as smart as all of us. When you take 10 people in a room and you brainstorm and everybody comes up with ideas, you'll always make better decisions. And this, I'm telling you, I'm positive you're aware of this whole online thing, this online etiquette that we need to remember. Nothing that you put online is ever going to go away. You got to be very careful what you put online. You see so many famous people, politicians, so many people have lost their careers over some dumb things that may have put online. Think before you tweet, post, tag, and troll. It could ruin someone's life, even your own. So remember that. Now, having said that, I again want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me. I did tell Chef Thiru that I'm always available to anybody, whoever wants to reach out to me via email. Chef Thiru, you're more than welcome to share my email with the students. If you have a question or anything that you want to run by me, and if I can assist in any way, it would be my pleasure. And if there are any questions, I'm not sure if you're set up for questions and answers, but I'll be more than happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas. Thank you.
And Mr. Thiru, you can't call me Mr. Vikas, please. I have so much respect for what you do, and you're doing a damn good job, so please keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It was a pleasure listening to you, and I'm sure your words of wisdom, knowledge, and experience would have kindled the entrepreneurship spirit amongst all the aspiring entrepreneurs present. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, I would like to request the digital media team to present Mr. Vikas Mahajan with a certificate. Thank you, digital media team. I will now like to request Mr. Vikas Mahajan and Dr. Rohit Singh, along with the faculty members and panelists, to switch on the videos for a quick photograph.
Thank you, Vic Mahajan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Is it done, Manoj sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on, we have a lineup of 10 extremely talented and experienced entrepreneurs who will be sharing with us their journey and interacting with a panel of students for a Q&A session. I warmly welcome all of them as they take a trip back to their alma mater. I will now request the panel to take over. Thank you. Over to you, Priyanka.
Thank you, Khushi. A very good morning to everyone present here. I am Priyanka M from 34th Course BHM, and it is my honor to be welcoming the speaker for today's first session of WGSHA's Alumni Entrepreneurship Summit 2020, Mr. Rishit Bhandari. After completing his Bachelor's of Hotel Management from WGSHA, Mr. Rishit went on to pursue his MBA from Johnson & Wales University, USA. Mr. Rishit's family has been the pioneer of Udaipur's hospitality industry. He is currently the managing director of Alka Group, which is an organization that deals with hotels and commercial real estate in and around Udaipur, Rajasthan. On behalf of WGSHA, I extend the warmest welcome to you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Rishit.
Hi, Priyanka, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Hi, guys. Sorry, this is running a little ahead of time, but hello. Priyanka, I can...
Rishit, we can hear you.
Yes,
Please
sir.
go ahead.
Yes, sir.
No chef for you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for inviting me for this session. You've had some wonderful speakers, Vikas Khanna, Vikas Mahajan. I really, when I was in college, I was in the 7th course. I used to really look up to Vikas Mahajan during those days. And of course, it was great to see Vikas again online after so many years. Not many of us were aware where he is. So thank you, WGSHA, for getting people onto this thing. I thought I'll start with a little listing entrepreneurship. The whole meet is about entrepreneurship. I'll start with a little listing about our group, where we were, what I was doing in WGSHA, what I did after WGSHA, and so on. So my grandfather started the first hotel of Udaipur in 1963. That time, Udaipur had no hotels. Even the Lake Palace, which came in later, was only a residential palace by then. So Lake Palace was supposed to be the second good hotel in Udaipur. So Alka Hotel was the first hotel of Udaipur, which started in 1963. We started with Alka and then it moved on. My father really came in, and my father was sent to do his hotel management. He went to Dadar Catering that time, which is in Bombay. And that's where he really took up when he came back, Udaipur again did not have the infrastructure. The only thing we were selling in Udaipur literally was religious tourism, which was because of Srinathji and Nadwara. So when he came in, Alka was already there with some rooms. He started another property called Lake End, and then he went on, moved to Jaisalmer. Now, the number of hotels, so we got into commercial real estate also along with that. There was a time when we had about 12 hotels in Udaipur and the surrounding areas. Now, when I came back, I finished my graduation at WGSHA. I came back to Udaipur for 6 months. Now, I did not want to join hotels immediately because this is how family businesses work. You're asked to immediately come back to work. Fortunately, my dad allowed me to venture into things that I wanted to. I came back and I got into organic farming. Actually, that was my first thing as an entrepreneur. Now, I did not want to go back to the hotel because I knew once I got into the hotel system of the family, I would not be able to go and study further. Post that, I went to America. I went to Johnson & Wales, the same college as Vikas Mahajan. We had a lot of students from Manipal studying there. We had Harjas Chatwal. We had Rajneesh Talwar, who came in later. We had Inderpreet Singh, who came in later. So we had a lot of people from WGSHA who were there. Prasenjit Singh, again from the 5th course, was there. Now, literally speaking, when you come back from a typical business family, when you come back, you're expected to join work. My dad had given me a very clear mandate. You finish your graduation, you come back to post-America, you come back to Udaipur and you get into the work. When I came back, fortunately or unfortunately, that time, our business, we were heavily debted. We had a lot of assets, but our operating capitals, our operating this thing was not as good. Now, my father always believed that time we need to build more rather than, we were primarily not hoteliers. We were hoteliers in heart, in this thing, but we were primarily not hoteliers. We were more of real estate. We were more like builders. We would build assets and we would try getting the maximum out of those assets. Unfortunately, hoteling does not work that way. We did not have systems in place. We did not have small checks and balances in place. So this is where when I came in 2001 onwards, I remember, I'll give you a small story. When I came back, I was given this hotel, which was called Jaisaman. There's a very interesting story. When Jaisaman was in the 6th semester, in the 5th semester, when you need to do a project on viability and feasibility study with Dr. Malia, I remember I was a bad student at WGSHA, honestly speaking. So I just picked up the feasibility and the viability study, which my dad had done before building the hotel, and I gave the study. I submitted the study as at WGSHA. Dr. Malia told me that you'll never make money on this project. You'll lose money there. This project is unviable because this is on an island. There was no electricity there. There was no connectivity to that place. And I came back to my dad in the 5th semester, I remember, and telling him that this is going to go down. Nothing's going to happen here. We'll lose money. I remember my dad telling me, imagine owning a private island with 20 rooms on it, convert it into a house if it doesn't work, but I am going ahead with this hotel. And that is what entrepreneurship is all about. So in 3 key terms, if I have to tell you what entrepreneurship is all about, it's the vision, it's risk, high rewards, high risk, high rewards, failures and setbacks. So if as Indians, I personally believe every Indian has entrepreneurship in their blood. It doesn't matter where you're working right now. Ultimately, end of the day, everyone wants to start something of their own. Now, entrepreneurship, so if you have a vision, if you can take the risk, if you have the ability to go ahead and with the attitude that it's okay if you lose, it's okay if you fail, and if you can come out of it, that is what matters. That is what entrepreneurship is all about. Now, one big distinct towards entrepreneurship, I always get this feeling, which is about the responsibility of the people who work for you. Every action taken by me today is per se, it can affect a lot of people. Today we have 450 people working for us. So indirectly, directly, almost about 1,500 people, including their family, vendors. So
if you can speak a little louder or closer to the window.
Okay.
Fine.
Is it clearer now?
Better.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So entrepreneurship is all about vision, as I said, the ability to take the risk, and the responsibility towards your team, towards your people, towards the people who work for you. Now, when I came in, in 2007 we gave one of our hotels, which is Lake End in Udaipur. We gave it to Taj on a long-term lease, which was 60-year lease. So for 60 years, the property was supposed to be with them. Fortunately, unfortunately, today I call it fortunately, that IHCL kept the hotel for 7 years. They kept paying us the lease rent, but They did not operate the hotel. So in 2014, we got the property back. We started the renovation with that property. It's an 85 room property. It's at a beautiful location next to the lake. 2015, unfortunately, my dad passed away. That was a big gap. And in family businesses, you look up to someone. He was operationally not involved in the hotels, but you need that hand holding. You need that shelter over your head for all the wrong decisions you make. So unfortunately, he passed away. Now, since 2015, we've actually been, we renovated the entire hotel. We had a multi-million-dollar renovation, what American companies call, but of course not that big. So we renovated the whole hotel. So we're operating that hotel as of now. We have another property called Jessamine, which we are operating. I've just signed up for Ginger right now to develop the first Ginger in Udaipur with IHCL again. So I have a sort of a bonding with Taj. We've been associated since 2007, but that is what we've been doing. So we're doing a Ginger in Udaipur right now, which unfortunately the pandemic has put a full stop on, but hopefully I'm hoping to start by about in a month or two. As an entrepreneur, what I personally believe you should have in you is the system where you can follow up on everything. That is what I do. I don't look into the operations directly, which I used to earlier, but my follow-up is my strong point. Even the smallest thing which is there in the hotel, I keep a tab on. I keep a tab on reviews. I keep a tab on the staff leaving, the issues with staff, things like that. Now, what matters the most to me is loyalty. I believe loyalty is something that has kept us as a group, overall as a group. Loyalty has kept, I have a guy who's at my office right now. He's second generation. His son worked for me, so the third generation is also working for me. So that is what matters, because if you take care of your people, they will not leave you for money, for opportunities. Ultimately, end of the day, as I said, entrepreneurship is there in everyone. I have a lot of staff who comes in, talks to me about going and starting off their own business. And I'm very happy to support them, even give them some seed capital if possible. Entrepreneurship, I'll always promote. That is what I think India is all about. That is what Indians are all about. If you see everywhere around the world, you'll see Indians have done fairly well in entrepreneurship with starting their own businesses. Now, what for COVID and the teachings, what COVID taught us. So as an entrepreneur, one of the biggest things which was there is that we had some debt, and fortunately we were lucky enough that we could repay off all the debts just before COVID and during COVID. So as an entrepreneur, I had no stress from a bank. Otherwise, what most people today are facing is stress from banks, from lenders. Now, the second thing which comes into this thing is taking care of your people. Now, during COVID at Laken, we had a staff of about 170 people. We converted our banquet halls, our restaurant, our dining, cafeterias, everything for the staff. So we had 160 people staying in the hotel for about 2 months. Now, this is what I say when you say taking care of staff. If you don't take care of your people, there will be no loyalty. As Vikas earlier mentioned, attitude and skills. Again, I would completely agree with him. What matters is the attitude of the people, how far they want to reach, what all are they ready to do, rather than the skill set. So if you ask me, as I'd come in Feb of this year, I was in Manipal, and I spoke to Chef Thiru, I spoke to Ma'am Setu. I mentioned that I was a poor student in Manipal. I was a very poor student. I hardly attended classes. But fortunately, that thing the thing of entrepreneurship, the thing of going ahead worked. So my attitude was the right place. I possibly did not have the skill set to run a hotel, but that you learn on a job. So when I came back, I'll give you a small example. When I came back, my dad put me in roles. So for 3 months, I was with accounting. For 3 months, I was with legal. For 3 months, I moved from front office, including for a month. This is after coming back from America. So this is, I'm an MBA graduate who's finished everything. People, my friends are working for bigger hotels, for bigger this thing, and I'm actually changing telephone lines at the hotel PBX. So these are the things which really gave me a whole view of how the hotel was being operated. What were the faults? What were the positives? So that is what I think entrepreneurship is all about. Now, there are always personal things. What WGSHA has taught me, I think WGSHA has taught me to the strength to stand anywhere in any position. Because I came to WGSHA from Bombay, and suddenly I come to a place which did not have telephone lines. And that time Manipal was very different. It's not the Manipal that you guys are in there today. That time it was a different Manipal. And it did give a lot of us a shock, a culture shock mainly, about how the student moved, the whole how the city was. But WGSHA has taught you, it can teach you to stand anywhere. I assure you this. I've been there. I've seen it. It's with a 25-year experience that I'm telling you that if you've studied from WGSHA, you can manage anywhere in the world. Anything else you guys want to ask me? I'm open to that. But this is what entrepreneurship should all be about. So my top point would be: keep your follow-up strong, have a vision, the loyalty, and go ahead and take that risk. Rewards will come. Just keep working towards it. Rewards will come. There is no shortcut to. So smart work is what I would call. I'm not such a hard work guy, but smart work is what I would call. Work smart and it'll work well for you. Thank you so much, guys. Anything else you want to ask? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us so many insights about how family businesses work, because not all of us are from the same background. Now, I would now like to hand over to Mr. Bhaktawar from 32nd course BHM and Ms. Shireen from 34th course BHM to have an interactive Q&A session with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very good morning, everybody.
Hi.
Good morning, sir. It was a privilege listening to you, and it's a privilege interacting with you, sir. So I go with the first question. How do you keep yourself updated of the market trends, and what are some reliable sources that you would recommend us to follow?
So updated market trends. I personally believe, Bhaktawar, as hoteliers, networking is what we are brought up to do. If you've come to do hotel management, if you're ready to study at a hotel school, networking. So I would know general managers. I would know now, of course, I would know general managers. I would know what's happening in the market. I would know companies like JLL, CBRE, brokers, the bigger brokers who keep updating you about the new trends which are happening in the market. Also, at the same time, a lot of reading. So if you see my Google, if you see my the news which opens is all about the hotel industry. I don't read anything else. I don't read riffraff. I don't read this thing. So news is something I follow up on. But networking, I'm very big on networking. I keep telling my son, who's in the 10th grade right now, I said, leave the education bit. Networking is what will take you ahead.
I guess Chef Thiru won't concur with that, but I take that.
I know. I'm sure Chef Thiru is thinking that I'm giving all the wrong points, but yeah.
So, sir, the second question I'd like to go with is, coming from a family which pioneered hospitality industry in Udaipur,
yes.
What according to you should have been or could be added to WGSHA's curriculum, as you're one of our alumni? So what according to you should be added to the curriculum so as to kindle the entrepreneurship spirit into us?
I don't know right now how does it work, but now colleges everywhere in the world now, they are promoting entrepreneurship as So when we were at WGSHA, we were actually, we were just taught to work for someone. We were not to work for our own selves. Entrepreneurship, the bit about entrepreneurship which came in from your families, from within you, but it did not come from the college. So I would request Chef Thiru, if you can have courses towards entrepreneurship, towards business programs. I don't know whether it's there right now, so I'm completely unaware. If it's there, it's a wonderful thing to have. But towards entrepreneurship is what you would be studying, courses on that. Your project will be based on that.
We are absolutely on it as of now. Every course in the college has got entrepreneurship as a subject.
That's
so
wonderful.
We have moved on towards it. We have a strong entrepreneurship development cell also.
That's
in
wonderful.
your days, it wasn't there.
There are days it wasn't there. Yes.
All thanks to Chef Thiru and Ms. Hetu.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next question.
Yeah.
So pertaining to the deal you mentioned between Alka Group and IHCL, what are the most important aspects that you consider while you are analyzing a prospective hotel feasibility and viability report?
So currently what is happening to cover that in the current market right now, on an everyday basis, you're getting deals right now today. A lot of hotels which are half built, which are supposed to start, don't want to start those projects anymore because hospitality doesn't look as this thing. So assets are available for cheap as of now. So someone who's looking at buying assets, I don't think you can have a better time than this. But when you look at viability and feasibility study, in our case, fortunately, it was the location. We have 2 hotels which we had signed up with IHCL. Both of them are on the lake, and they are the only hotels on the lake. So location actually, that was the only reason I think why they came to us or why we went to them. So I'll also want to mention, when you say commercial real estate, so I'll give you a small thing. So in 72, when our first hotel was there was an emergency in India. So you had no wheat, you had no sugar, everything was rationed. So my grandfather actually bought a land to grow our own vegetables, to have our own cows. He said, if you have a hotel and if you don't have supplies, how do you run it? So that is our first step towards commercial, to get into lands and real estate, basically. Yeah.
That it in itself sounds like a story, sir.
Yeah, it is. It's like a.
So my final question will be: what are the challenges? You didn't face any challenges, fortunately, because you were out of debt. But for a property owner,
it looks like that. When you're running on your own, you face more challenges compared to when you're working with someone.
Huh? So I'm so sorry. I put it in a misconstrued way. It was pertaining to COVID times. So what are the challenges do property owners face during COVID-19 times? And in asset light, is the asset light model sustainable for investors during calamities like COVID? As you rightly mentioned, a lot of franchise agreements and a lot of properties was available for sale because of the dissolving of the agreement.
Yes.
So what are your views on that?
I'll tell you what COVID has really changed. Yes, of course, every bigger group today, of course, we are not there, but every bigger group today, like if you can talk about the groups in India, you can talk about the groups in the US, everyone wants to be asset light. Everyone wants to give it out on franchise or take a hotel on management contract rather than building their own this thing. Unfortunately, what has happened in India, the price of real estate has shot up beyond a point where any viability can come today. If you ask me, buy a land today, make a hotel out here, it's practically impossible. I'll ever make money. So that's the reason why the bigger groups have decided not to be asset light. It's easier for them to ask a builder, ask a guy who already owns the land, ask someone to convert a greenfield or brownfield, ask someone to convert one of the existing hotels as per the specs of the group. So that makes more sense today for bigger chains. It doesn't make sense. So like the Ginger that we're converting, the Ginger was our first hotel in Udaipur. Now I'm demolishing that hotel and making a new hotel instead of that. Now, if I had to buy that land today and make a Ginger, even if I make a Ritz-Carlton, I would not make money. So leave Ginger. That's the reason. That's the reason why you can't, with the asset prices in India, it doesn't make sense. Now during the COVID times, fortunately, I don't know if you guys are aware, Udaipur is the #1 city right now after post-COVID for pickup of tourism. It's all thanks to Gujarat. So we are on the border of Gujarat. Udaipur is south of Rajasthan, which is about 3.5 hours away from Gujarat. So that's been a lucky thing for us. So we are at about almost 70% of our pre-COVID days. That's wonderful compared to most other cities, most other business cities, like cities which are doing corporate business. Now, corporate business is something which we're not getting yet, but I think the smaller weddings, smaller corporate businesses will start coming in. So this is COVID times. I'm hoping something comes out. You have a vaccine soon, and the world is back to normal there.
Hoping for the vaccine to come soon, sir.
Yeah.
I just one more question popped up. I'm so sorry that I'm being of such chivy.
No, sure.
But as like in your position, what are the aspects that you look into while you are doing your R&D?
So R&D is something. I'll give you an example. What a hotel truly constitutes of. R&D, you mean towards developing a property, or towards? Can you just clarify that, please?
In terms of ideation of anything, you might have multiple ideas. So how do you carry out your research and development, and what is the basic mapping that you do, that these are the aspects that I'll have to first go through while I'm ideating, and then go to the planning bit for any idea per se? So
I'll give you an example. Of course, typically being a Bania family, we calculate money a lot. So if everything which is R&D is based on how you always look at the returns. I'll always look at the returns. So my dad was, of course, a much bigger risk taker than I am. But at that stage, you could take risks because the assets were growing faster. Now, today, if you buy a land for X, I can't expect it to be 2X tomorrow. That was about 20 years back, 25 years back, that was the case. Once you bought a land, your land was 10X in 5 years, which was absurd, which was unheard of. In today's times, it's not possible. So naturally, you need to. So I'll tell you, in hotel operations, when I talk about R&D, a lot of things we implement, we try it out on our own. Fortunately, that free hand my team has, and even I have given it to them to try things out at the hotel. Some things work, some things don't work. But I keep telling my salespeople that I'm one of the only guys who never pressurizes them. I said, it's okay, the sales are not happening, we'll figure something out. So I never pressurize. I said, okay, whatever you're getting, that's good enough. Sometimes it seems very laid back, but at the same time, I think in the lieu of me not pressurizing them, that pressure is already built on them. That they need to prove it more than me asking for it. So research and development, when you talk about R&D, I would rather say more than R&D, it's about the feasibility, whether something will work or not work. So, Bakawar, as I told you, I'm a risk-taking entrepreneur. I'll try it out. If it doesn't work, it's too bad. I'll learn from it and move on. Yeah.
That gives us a lesson, sir. Thank you so much for giving these astute answers, and I'll pass on the mantle now to Shireen. Thank you so much.
Can I ask one question, Rishit?
Yes, please, of course. Hello, Chef Siru. How are you?
Hi, morning. Thank you so much for your time. You've been running, Palace Hotels, and what is it your take on the people who talk about now experience economy, right? What is it your USP, and when you talk about operating your Palace Hotels?
So we don't have Palace Hotels, Chef Thiru. We have hotels which are built right next to the palace, actually, if I have to say. So,
okay.
So, but our hotels, we have wonderful locations. So, as my dad would often say, and my grandfather would often say, it's all about locations. When you look at any market, any this thing, location would matter the most. Like, say, assuming in Delhi today, a Taj Mansingh, is a wonderful location. You have nothing around it. So our locations, we are right on the lake. So that is one big thing for us, big selling point. So a lot of times people come and ask us, why are tariffs so high? Why are rates so high? The other chain hotels are giving lesser rates. As I'm not charging for my room, I'm not charging for my service. I'm charging you for the lake, for the view. So, location matters a lot. I've been blessed with having two wonderful locations thanks to my grandfather and father. And of course, we made the product that way. The product is also, earlier as an entrepreneur, we never invested in our own product. We always wanted to expand further, but we never invested in our own product. That thing I've changed in the last 5 years. I invest in my own product because I believe in my own product.
So if you want to share the lessons learned from COVID to our students, what would be your priority, 1 and 2?
One, I would say, as I mentioned earlier, loyalty and standing for your people. That is what mattered the most to me. As I mentioned earlier, I had 160 people staying in my hotel. We'd converted our banquet halls, our restaurants, our cafeteria. We have a small cafe. Everything was converted for the staff. We had made dormitories in that. The women were given the hotel rooms. So we had 3 sharing on 4 sharing. We had women taking the hotel room. So they were there for almost 2.5, 3 months during the lockdown. So that was my big thing, that you need to stand by your people. We did not let anyone go. I did not let a single person go. So a lot of them went home. People were ready to take a salary hit, and we gave them a salary hit. And from September onwards, from 1st October onwards, they're back to the normal salary. So if the hotel, I told them very clearly, if the hotel does well, all of us do well. If the hotel doesn't do well, but I said, I won't let you go. For 6 months, I was ready to bear the losses if it continued. But fortunately, come September, and we were good. That was one lesson. And the second lesson is, it's a different thing. So I've started doing a lot of cooking here. So somehow WGSHA came in handy, and so a lot of home cooking. So I guess that's something worked out well.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Tower. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My first question for you for today is that during your entrepreneurial journey, did your educational background come in handy?
Oh, of course it did. So, educational background will always come in handy. Though my Shireen, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir. We can.
Screen froze for it. So educational background will always come in handy. As I told you, unfortunately, I was not such a great student at college. So whatever I learned did come in handy, but you learn a lot. So I'll another personal listing from my listing. So as I told you, when I came back for 5 years, I did not have, my friends were having these corner offices, cabins, they're working for different hotels, different for their families. Now, when I come back from America, my office was my dad's, sitting opposite my dad for 5 years. So his table used to be their office table, and there were 3 chairs on the opposite side. I had the cornermost chair. So I think most of my learning happened there, honestly speaking, about entrepreneurship. The skill set, yes, you learn a lot, because when I came back 20 years back, our hotels were not run professionally. They were run as family businesses. Someone wakes up someone from the family has to wake up in the morning and reach the hotel to ensure that payments are coming in this thing. Small issues like those. So we were not professionally run. So those things I could, of course, I've learned from WGSHA, from Johnson & Wales, and those things we could execute at our hotel. We could put systems in place. So if you can put systems in place, so as an entrepreneur, I'll tell you one thing. If you get into micromanagement, you will never grow. You will never grow. You need to look at the larger picture. So you can't say, you can't keep looking into things that today my purchase price for onions was higher than yesterday. You'll never grow. Then you will be looking at onions all your life. So as an entrepreneur, look at a bigger picture. And education will always come in handy.
Definitely.
Yes, yes.
Definitely. My next question for today is during your entire learning process, whether it was work under your father or taking over, what are the challenges that you came across in your business and how did you?
So, Shrin, a good question is relationships change in families, relationship changes every time the management changes. Now, if the reign was given in my hand, the people who work closely with my dad might not work closely with me because for them, I'll always be a kid. So relationships do change. But I personally think when relationships change, as a person as I am, I ensured I kept up with all the people that my dad worked closely with, even after my dad passing away. So this is a one-to-one thing, but I would suggest, but this would be my recommendation that when relationships in taking over and handing over, the biggest thing which comes challenge is people are not ready to listen to you in your own organization because you were always the boss's son. You were never the boss. So that needs to change, and that, as I always say, you cannot demand respect. You need to earn it. Shri?
Thank you so much, sir. Shireen is facing a network difficulty, I
Yes.
believe. I thank you on her behalf, and thank you so much once again. Now, if Priyanka could just take over.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for
Thank you so much.
answering all of our questions, and thank you to Shireen Bhaktawar as well. Now, I'll take this opportunity to quickly summarize the session. So Sir started off by talking about how his grandfather was the pioneer of the hotel industry in Udaipur, and he went on to talk about how your first venture, sir, was organic farming, and it wasn't the hotel industry because you knew that as a family business, if you went into it, there's no coming back. So you wanted to try something out. And he also started off by telling us stories about WGSHA and the assignments that you submitted and how you confronted your father, but he said that no, risk is where it is. And that's where you learned all of your entrepreneurial qualities from your family. And you spoke about the three things that you considered the most important in entrepreneurship, that is having a vision, being able to take risks, and ability to accept failures and setbacks. You then also emphasized on the responsibility of the people that you work with, who work for you. And you spoke about how during COVID, this is such a wonderful thing to hear, sir, that your hotel, you had converted it and around 160 people were staying with you during this pandemic. And you made sure that you didn't, all of them retain their jobs. And that is so incredible to hear. And lastly, you also spoke about loyalty, exactly related to this. That is something that matters the most to you. Even when Chef Thiru asked you the question during COVID, loyalty and follow-up, like you mentioned, is your strong suit. And now currently, it's great to hear that your company is working with to get the first Ginger Hotel open in Udaipur. And we all know for sure that that's going to be up and running very soon, sir.
Yeah.
And after that, we went on to the Q&A session where you spoke about networking and how in the hospitality industry, it's very important to know managers, owners, etc. everywhere, and the importance of reading and staying current with the news. Then you also spoke about feasibility and viability studies, how you take care of all of it, your style of management, sir. I cannot express how incredible it feels to hear that your main focus is always the people, and that is something we all have to inculcate in our lives. And you ended with talking about home cooking. I think that's something during COVID, every single one of us has started baking, etc. And lastly, all of your learnings about entrepreneurship has been from your dad, sitting across his desk and ensuring that it's okay. I know all of my friends are in offices, but this is where I learned all of it. And that is incredible. And you ended with talking about how entrepreneurs have to look at the bigger picture, and you cannot micromanage because that is never going to work. So thank you so much for this incredible session. I am so sure that all of us will take this forward in all of our lives, and we're thoroughly enlightened by the insights. And as a token of gratitude and appreciation, I would like to request the digital media team to present Mr. Rishit with the certificate. Over to you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request you, Mr. Rishit, the panel members, as well as the faculty, to please turn on the videos for a little photograph session.
Thank you, Rishit.
Thank you, Chef Thiru. Thank you,
Thank you, Rishit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The photo has been taken.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Lastly, I would request all of our audience to please fill up the feedback form about Mr. Rishit's session. It is put up on the chat box in the Facebook Live. And thank you so much, sir. Once again, it was an honor interacting with you. Thank you. I would now like to hand it over to Ms. Palak from 34th Course BHM to initiate the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyanka. A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Palak Bhatia of the 34th Course BHM, and I take immense pleasure in introducing our next speaker. An alumnus of the 8th Course BHM, Mr. Vikas Malik is truly a rare blend of experience. Sir has worked with Carnival Cruise Lines and Sheraton Hotel as a pastry chef. From running kitchen operations to designing and establishing new establishments, to brand management, to retail operations, and now heading the business operations at Mr. Brown Bakery and Food Products Private Limited, Sir has done it all. He is currently working consistently towards building a national brand and opening Mr. Brown Bakery outlets all over the country. I now invite Mr. Vikas Malik onto the screen. Over to you, sir.
Morning, everybody. I am not very sure whether I'm audible or not.
Yes,
Confirmation will help.
Yes, sir, we can
Yes, sir,
hear you.
you're audible.
Audible. Good morning.
Morning, Chef Thiru. Thank you so much for inviting me. And to my fellow panelists, speakers, my seniors, and Setu ma'am and other faculties. I'm honored to be here with Vikas Khanna, Vikas Mahajan, Rishit, Nitin, and many more whom I have not known personally. But it's a great opportunity for me to share my journey and also probably give a indication that we are open for any kind of help that is required from seniors to the juniors in the industry. I belong to 8th course, and it's an online session. I can't hear you speak or reply back, but I can imagine that obviously if somebody is hearing, would recognize that. And we were all very naughty in the college time, as Rishit was saying that attending classes was not his forte. And for me, Vikas Mahajan was one of the studs in our language of WGSHA. He used to walk around and you see him. And a lot of other college batchmates were, seniors were looked up to. And Vikas Khanna has done great. I mean, no doubt about it. And Amitabh Chatterjee and so many others. So, but when we were in college, we used to be scared of what will happen to us, what will happen to our careers, what we will do, who would do well, who will get into ITC programs and Welcome Group and Oberoi's. But as Rishit was saying that nobody taught us that time about entrepreneurship. I'm so glad that the college has this. Whatever is taught as an entrepreneurship is another thing. But whatever you experience as an entrepreneur, it's basically what drives you from inside. And I believe everybody wants to do something of their own, at some stage of their life, probably after a few years of experience, probably after MBA. MBA is definitely very good. But on the hindsight, today, I would just, at the start, would like to share with everybody that there is nothing to be scared of in this world. The world is open for you. And kya hoga, kaise hoga, what we will achieve, what we will earn. It's just, you have to dream and keep on dreaming. And whatever college is teaching you it will definitely help you, whether it is my statistics class or my accounts class, or it was business law. It has helped me a lot. Even the engineering maintenance subject which we had has helped me to develop properties, what we have been building. At the onset, as an entrepreneur or as a human being, one should always have a dream. When I was in college, we used to go to VC and TC and go for movies, and always go for English movies or Hindi movies. I was always walk with the dream that one day I will also own a restaurant, or I will also, do business and run my own place like Cosmo. Cosmo was very good that time, in our times. And the other vision and the dream was to, go to US and see the world. I was from a defense background. My father was an Air Force pilot. So not from the business family. So these two dreams were there. One, to run a business, own a business, or lead a business. And second was to see the world. So by the age of 24, I had an opportunity to work with Carnival Cruise Lines. And I used to take such shifts that I used to travel during the day while the ship was docked on different ports. And I learned a lot. While traveling, you must travel, and you must see a lot of new places, new businesses. It also is a kind of a learning for you as an entrepreneur. Like Rishit was saying, he does a lot of reading. Reading is a great thing that you must, all kind of hotels also. Otherwise, journals of day-to-day affairs, business, all that is really needed as an entrepreneur, to have a 360 degrees, what is happening in politics, what's happening in society, what's happening in other businesses, how does the other business affects us. So after doing my Carnival Cruise Line stint in 2006, I returned to India and I joined Mr. Brown Bakery, which was a startup. After a month, I joined them. And ever since that time, I have been with them, and as a part of the journey of expansion, we have been opening up. Now we have about 14 outlets across North India. One we opened just before pandemic in March, and we have opened 2 more new outlets in October. I don't know if we can get to share the photographs that I have of my shops. So basically, as an entrepreneur, I don't want to give much of gyan here, in the sense that I can only share that every opportunity that you get, or as every challenge, or every impossible, as Vikas was saying, is an opportunity for you. You have to convert it. So the first impossible thing or unheard thing of our bakery business was in 2007. We opened in December, and in March we have Holi. So traditionally in UP, Holi is very big, unlike in South India. So bakeries usually shut down that time. People go for long leaves, 7 days, 6 days. Holi was played over a period of 3 to 4 days, unlike today. So bakeries were usually shut down, and the business was new. There was loans, and there was a lot of things to cover up. So the risk was there, what will happen in the loss of business of 10 days. So we started thinking from January, and you must have studied in your college, or you will study the puff pastry. So we converted that puff pastry into a gujia. The authentic puff pastry would not convert into a good gujia, but we converted that by reducing the number of layers. We had some layers, but not so many. And we baked it. And we heavily promoted on radio, the hoardings, the flyers, as baked gujia or roasted gujia. So the communication from our point of view to the people across Lucknow was that it is healthier, and it is not fried. It was fried. Usually it is fried. So what we communicated was baked, not fried. It was baked gujia. So people lapped onto that, and we sold about the first time we sold about 1,000 kilos. So that was a start of our bakery mithai, or what you call is baked mithai. We invented a segment called baked mithai. Celebration, for a retail shop, you have to find reasons for people to come and visit your shop. So if it's a coffee shop, the only reason is one cup of coffee, or food is never a high point of a regular coffee shop. So people go for a good cup of coffee. So we just wanted to increase the reasons for people to celebrate. And we increased that from the festival time of Holi. We started working on Diwali, and every year we launched one baked mithai, and we created a good segment called baked mithai. Usually the bakeries are known for their cakes, and we were in cakes, but we got into festive gifting, New Year gifting, and now we are moving into healthy gifting, because that is the new thing that we have been feeling. And for last 3 to 4 years, we have been trying to make mithais with only honey. So the sweetness of honey is pure and it is very less. So if we are in a one-to-one conversation with a guest, we says, "Meetha, dhoondte reh jaoge." Matlab, meetha kahan ho? So we are trying to say that sweet is less, and people are more open to buying these things. So this is one of the reasons, as an entrepreneur, these things can't be given by a consultant. I mean, not usually. At our level, we are not a very big chain. We're not national level, very huge ones. But the ideation has to come from within, and the person who's driving the business can ideate, and people can make on these things. Going forward, we are moving into healthy giftings like gluten-free, no added sugar, and we're trying to convert all of our bakery into gur-based products, whether it is cookies or breads or and besan-based or corn-based, makka. So we wish to drive, going forward, we wish to drive the bakery business with technology. So COVID has given us a great opportunity to look back and, as Rishit was saying, set up the systems. So we have been doing for last 3-4 years, we have been able to implement our ERP in the business. So now we have real-time data on everything. And in the COVID times, we worked heavily on our online mobile apps, which we have launched. And going forward, I would say anybody who wants to be an entrepreneur should just have a dream. And once you have a dream to do something, whether it's bakery, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a hotel, whether it's anything, you just have a dream and you keep on dreaming about it, and the ways will keep on opening up. I think I'm open for questions now.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such an insightful session and telling us more about your business and everything. I would now like to request Ms. Gauri and Ms. Shivalika from the 34th course BHM to take over for the Q&A session.
Thank you, Palak. Good morning, sir. I'm Gauri from 34th course, and my first question for you is, what is the best way, in your opinion, for students to learn about entrepreneurship in college?
That is a very good question, actually. I learned a lot in the program called OJT, on the job training, in which we were given 2 rupees 50 paisa for an hour in 93. And it was mocked upon, but when I used to go there and I used to learn chopping and, doing menial jobs in the kitchen, I learned a lot, and I formed a very strong bond with the Valley View team over there. And as Rishit was saying, greatly put, loyalty, relationship, and networking. So once in a while, I do call up Valley View Hotel, and there was a guy called Vincent. "Hello, Vincent, how may I help you?" So I would just talk to him. "Namaskara, sir. Enaido." So I would speak in Kannada, and he would start rattling. I said, "Sir, my Kannada is over now. I'm Vikas Malik." Oh, and whether it was a security guard, whether it was a front office staff, whether it was a staff cafeteria, whether it was lab kitchen attendants, even Cheta. I don't know whether you guys of this, he's no more now, So a lot of people I have been in touch in Manipal. So it was a genuine relationship with them, and I always came back to visit them. That only happened because I went on to do OJT, and I sacrificed 3-4 hours of my evenings instead of going out for a couple of days. I would go out, but not every time. So learning at any opportunity given to work in a hotel, it might not look very productive that time, but it becomes a part of your memory, and it becomes part of your experience, which definitely helps you.
Yes, sir. So my next question is, what kind of information sources do you seek in your business?
See, today with the online things, you have to you keep through newspapers, whether it is Business Times or Economic Times or Business Standard. You do a lot of articles. What I personally believe, and what I have learned a lot, I have been reading a lot of autobiographies or biographies of people throughout my life. And now if I'm not able to read so much, you get a lot of interviews of the CEOs, like what Vikas was saying. As an he has said so many things as an CEO of a great company that he has learned. By default, he is sharing with you. You never know; those things will probably not be available in the book. But if you're listening to the people, if you are listening to the Biocon CEO of the great company, or Infosys CEO, they are technology company, but they're basically managing human resource. They're managing finance. They're managing economy. They're planning for the future. So all the things are in the business ecosystem. Hotel industry doesn't work in the isolation. So when you listen to what they're speaking, what they're thinking, you learn a lot. So the information source is the interviews of the CEOs. Even in the CNBC in the evening, small snippets at 10:30s are very good. In newspapers, you get these interviews, you must read that. And even in the college time, we used to have this library, Vidya ma'am, and there was other people there. We would read all kind of literature, newspaper, just glance through it, whatever is your interest. It might register and it will help you definitely. During COVID times, I would relate because that is the most relevant example to today, to give for the entrepreneurs or the students how to connect. Now, during COVID times, we were praying that other businesses should do well. The construction company should do well. The leather company should do well. The garment industry should do well. The IT industry was doing well because of the pandemic. People were online. But we, as a retailer, we were not praying for our shops, but we are praying for other businesses. Because if the construction company is doing well, people will gift each other. New houses will open. They will say, mithai leke aao, bake mithai leke aao. So this was all connected. It is an ecosystem of the whole businesses. So you don't pray for yourself and be selfish because you're not living in isolation. So first, the question was, where do you learn? You learn from the society. You learn from your people around you. You learn from the fellow leaders of the companies or the industry verticals, and they are somehow connected to you. Whether it is Infosys, it is connected to us. Next question, please.
So my last question is, what are your short-term and long-term goals as an entrepreneur?
See, that's very nice question. So what we have achieved, we have shared with you. What we are planning to do is something which people can listen and connect with me. See, we are trying to make our bakery, that's a dream that I'm living now, the next dream. I've been telling to my team, I'm not an IT person. I'm a chef by profession, by learning, by teaching, and by heart. So even though in the COVID pandemic, I used to cook sometimes at home. And I said, I have been out of touch, terrible. So I had to reskill myself, a couple of things. You get out of practice. So the dream that I've shared with my team, with 5 of my IT guys, that's the only wish is to that have a picture on a national newspaper or news magazine. So the most tech-driven bakery. So when I scold them a lot, Manika, don't forget the dream. That is a dream. And more than money, these kind of dreams drives you. And this was not given today, not during the COVID time. It was given in 2011 when we started. I was going back to my mails to my colleague and my IT head, Nandit. And in one of the mails I was reading, Nandit, this week's target is at least 2 online orders per week. And we were doing 50 per day now, about 3-4 years ago. So I just happened to see that mail and I shared with him. And that journey from 2011 to 2017-18, we covered together. So he had lost that mail and I was just going through my old mails. So that was a dream where we were and where we are now today. So today, everybody must on the WhatsApp must have seen an amazing shop where a lady is walking in, picking up few products from the aisle, and she has a digital card, and every product is digitally linked. So she picks up a 500 rupees product. She has 5,000 rupees in a wallet, so that money gets deducted. She changes her mind, puts it back, so that comes to her. So we have a dream that we will have a shop which will be very tech driven. One shop, it will create a lot of buzz. Market industry will cover it. Newspapers will cover it. So one of the dream is to have a tech driven shop. Secondly is that there was a mail that I wrote to my fellow chefs in 2011, but I did not send it out to many because we were not ready. I had a dream of opening 38 shops in 38 cities in India. So that time it was planned, and now today we have an ERP system, we have an online system. Now we plan to open up in every city where there is a demand, and a cloud bakery wherein we will train the people who are interested and we will give them orders. So after 2-3 years of hotel working, they can, straight away become an entrepreneur, and our brand will give them daily orders, which is the bigger concern for any business. You can open a shop, you can open a hotel, you can open a industry, but where will the people come from? Where will the business come from? So when it's a cloud kitchen like Swiggy and Zomato, they give you orders. Mr. Brown, we have opened a brand called Danbro. Even in the COVID times, we have upgraded ourselves from Mr. Brown to Danbro. Danbro has the best of Mr. Brown, and it has got live baking and live cake making. So that's what we are promoting, and we plan to open up 38 cities. That's the next goal.
Thank you, sir, for answering my questions. Over to you, Shivalika. Thank you.
I'll ask Gauri. I'll ask a couple of questions from Vikas. I think still Fortune and Valley people will talk about you, and I think you had an amazing journey in WGSHA. The hard work and effort which you put from FIVV to cruise, and now today you're an entrepreneur. Now I think you should share the importance of on-the-job training in we have an actual hotel FIVV, because students don't take it seriously. I think people like you can throw some light on that, because this age they won't realize that importance of why we send them for the hands-on training besides what we teach in the college. I think a couple of people like you and your juniors, couple of people have done well, and they're extremely doing well now. I think you should share your experience.
Chef Thiru, thank you so much for asking this question. I would also, before that, I would like to share something people might be knowing about Chef Vikas Khanna. Why I would say that I'll connect this on-the-job training with what he was doing. Chef Vikas Khanna was not attending or not doing on-the-job trainings, but what I hear from the interviews and what I have heard, that he used to go to Udupi kitchen, the Udupi temple, and he used to, assess the chefs over there, the people who are cooking, the Brahmins who were cooking there, and he learned over there. So the only thing that he learned so much about cooking and food was in the Gurudwara, in the Udupi kitchens. All these things is just like hotel. They're learning the masalas, how to do the grinding, and what is the right time to put in what masala, in what proportion. So all these things by default, when you work with somebody senior in the industry, whether it is front of the house or it's the back of the house, on the job training is very, very important. And it might not look so productive that time. It might not be very fashionable to do that, but you must take out, as a disciplined person, must take out some time for it.
Thank you. Now, could you please share, because we can see that your entrepreneurship journey, it's not just overnight. You have done so much of background work. So, what is the strategy which you all follow now? Because there are so many competitors, maybe in and around. But as in Mr. Brown Bakery, what are the strategies which you are following to upsell your products?
See, there is a lot of competition that has come in, and there has to be uniqueness of our product and the consistency of the quality. It's very difficult. I mean, I am asking a question to everybody in the panel. You yourself make a cup of tea in the house every day. Can you replicate the same tea over and over again in your own house? The answer is no. The tea might not be the same every day. So the biggest thing is the consistency of the quality of the bakery that you're doing, and that you achieve by loyal workers, your standard plans, and your recipe setup and your functionality. So while in competition, we were doing Mr. Brown Bakery. So we wanted to upgrade ourselves because there was a lot of competition coming on, and you must be reading in the marketing books and the economics book that you have Me Too products coming out. So when the Me Too products come out, there is very less differentiation. So we started a journey in 2015. We started planning to do live baking and live cake making in the shops. So now, like a Subway is doing fresh breads across India, very soon we'll be doing all the bakery very fresh across the cities that we open up now. We have started doing in Chandigarh. We started doing in Lucknow by the name of Danbro. So Danbro is an upgrade, just like Innova and Innova Cresta. Every brand has a shelf life and the association. A very different vertical example is Maruti was selling through its arena shops. They have upgraded the showrooms to Nexa. So the brand perception, the value addition is sold through a different brand. So Danbro is a upgraded version, which if you wish, I can share a couple of photographs for everyone to see. So to meet out the competition, we are going tech savvy. We are going live with the loyalty management program. There is a great company which has done for Indian Railways. There is a company, we have taken up a loyalty program from a company which has done products and projects for Indian Railways. A thing called a loyalty program is called Jet Privilege. Jet Airlines is gone, but Jet Privilege is surviving, and that is being done by the same company. So we have launched a loyalty program wherein we know our customer, KYC. The second is own your customer. We know what they want, how they want, when they want. And MYC, when you monetize your customer, we don't need to push for sales. We want to only reach out to him when he's ready to have or buy it. So technology is something which we are working on, and we are staying ahead of our competition. Number two is innovation in the products. So to be ahead of the curve, I have been trying for last 1.5 years to make the products with gur, but the same effect of the sugar is not there. So we are trying to balance it out. We are trying to make a lot of nearly all the products with atta. Atta-based sponges, atta-based cookies, replacing maida with healthier grains. So once we do it, we will be ahead of the race, and this is how we will beat the competition. One is technology, second is innovation. Entrepreneurship or business, if you don't innovate, you die. That's how it is.
Great, great. How do you manage your fixed costs during this pandemic time?
Great question, sir. Great question.
Because as an entrepreneur, that will pinch more. It's very difficult to survive, and it's not easy, right?
Right, sir. Right, sir. So what Rishit was saying, that he is Bania, I wanted to actually have an interactive session with him. It was so interesting to talk to him, but I could not reach out. I could not interrupt. And what he was saying was great, and it was a journey that he was talking about. So we in our company still believe in that old model thought that what he was saying is the real estate biz. So we want to only grow that much what we can control. During the pandemic, we had existing 14 shops and we had 2 shops on rent. One was at the airport, Lucknow, and one was in Kailash Colony. The rents were so high, about 5 lakh rupees, 6 lakh rupees per month. We could not sustain, we had to leave those shops. But rest of the properties were owned by us. So there are 3 basic costs for any businesses, at least for our businesses. The one cost is the rental cost. The second cost is your manpower cost. And third big cost is your electrical power cost. Power, manpower and rental. So during pandemic, अपनी दुकान है तो हमको रेंटल तो देना नहीं है, तो बचा 2. Electricity cost कम हो गया, I will explain that. And manpower cost we could manage. What happened during the COVID, on 21st March, we shut down. And on 27th of March, we got a call from the district magistrate, CDO, that how can Mr. Brown close down? I mean, people were working, we were catering to the highest strata of the society, and their children, politicians, officers, businessmen, they all wanted good food, reliable food, good bakery breads. Everything was shut down. So they asked us to open during the pandemic. It was a great pat on the back and recognition of our brand. And they asked us and they said, we will give you passes. And we said, we have so many shops. He said, we'll give you passes for every shop. And they gave us in total 19. And overnight, we got 5 staff. We cleaned up our factory and we started producing breads. And each shop was given 2 staff. And all that staff was being rotated every week. So we could, make them work also, keep them in touch, and, run the bakery and the business. And we could generate good revenue all throughout the COVID. And I would not say 100%, but we were doing 25% during the COVID times. And as soon as the COVID finished, we reopened on June, we were back to about 70-80% immediately. And today, revenue-wise, we are doing better than pre-COVID times, although our guest count is less. So you see, if we were doing 500 bills in a day, today we are doing 400, but the revenue, if it was 100 rupees, we are doing 120 rupees today. So the fixed costs were taken care, number one, by owning our shops. We could manage to hold on to our shops. We did not have to close down our business. We could retain all our staff honestly and with respect, and we could give employment. I think we are the only people who are actually advertising for new posts. We have been hiring, and before a pandemic, we had plans of opening 4 shops, which were half done. As soon as the pandemic, the lockdown was opened, we made a decision that we will step by step open 4 shops. In the first stage, those who were near completion, we started the work in July. In June, we decided we will do it. We had to get people from the villages and the contractors had to come in. And October, we opened them and we hired around 45-50 staff.
Okay,
so
great. I can go on, ask, this is such an interesting, and thank you, Vikas. And I think my students are waiting to ask some more questions, I think. I'll not disturb them, so let them go ahead.
Sir, I have a question to you. Do we still serve Mexican fried chicken, Southern fried chicken in Cosmo?
No, lots of things have changed.
I look forward to eating that.
Not now. Right. Okay. So that was the signature dish that time, right?
We used to love it, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Now in Manipal, you have so many restaurants. These kids are, not like unlike you guys when they're the Cosmos, best option. But now, otherwise you would have gone to Dollops, right? Now you have so many things in and around in Manipal.
I just want to add one thing if the students are listening. We were very skeptical about our college कि WGSHA है, college भूल जाएगा, college से कुछ मतलब नहीं है. Not that kind of, we were from North India, South India में क्या होगा. 15, 25 years down the line, I am more connected to Dakshin Kannada, like Vikas Khanna was saying. He learned everything there, the culture and everything. I have a local guardian there. And the best thing what happened is we had a 8th course reunion and only few of us turned up. So Chef Thiru made it a point that we were looked after so well. We were so respected, sir. And we were honored by the faculty welcome that you had given us. And Father Lobo, ma'am, and Professor Mali, and everybody was there. So much you have given us back that we are overwhelmed and such kind of interactions. So it's amazing to, come back to and talk to you guys. The college has given you everything and it will give you everything. And I'm sure those who are listening from the current generation, I'm not saying don't be naughty and don't do hanky panky. Keep on doing your do those things what you are supposed to do in your age. But the college is a great college. Absolutely, hats off.
Thank you so much. I think your badge Silver Jubilee reunion will have to do. I think
Yes,
this 2021 we'll be planning. So anyway,
right.
You will be the pioneer to head that. So anyway, we've been talking almost past 1 year. So
Sir.
Anyway, you have a lot of responsibility to connect all your batchmates with us.
Right, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Good morning, sir. My name is Shivalika. I'm from 34th Course BHM.
Little louder.
We can't hear you properly. Can you just be?
Can you hear me now, sir?
No, little better, but I think keep your microphone close.
Okay, sir. Is it fine now?
No, a little more.
Is it fine now?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So for my first question, so you talked about your customers and you stressed on how you are working on your customer base. So could you please elaborate more about your strategies and what are your customer base in general?
That's a very good question. Our target base is children. A child of 3 years old to 12 years old. That's all. So he just says, Mama, let's go. And he just pulls his parents, and parents can't say no to the child. And cakes and pastries are loved by children. I can still not forget when my father used to take me to a pastry shop and the smell of pineapple pastry would, get into my head and I would say, I just want it. I would not even wait, Papa Dilado, Papa Dilado. That was the case. So as soon as somebody enters our shop, there is a balloon and a cake pop given to the child with the permission of the parents. And the child knows of 3 years to 5 years कि मेरे को इस shop में ये मिलेगा. And the parents feel respected that my child is, given so much of respect. The second thing what we do is, whenever somebody is going out from the shop with the carry bags to his car, one of the attendants will go and drop him to the shop or to the car with carrying his bags. So that is something which is in our Indian culture. We try to, drive our marketing strategy or our involvement. So in Hindi, what we say is, ये जो दुकानदारी है, मतलब business is about दुकानदारी. It's about retail sales. It's about relationship management. So somebody comes to our house, we are respectful. Anybody who comes to our house or our factory or our retail shop, we offer them a meetha and a pani. I'm sure across India, whether it is South India, North India, anywhere, somebody is giving a small piece of meetha. In North India earlier, petha used to be given with water. Muh meetha karke jao. So anybody who comes to our shop, muh meetha karke jayega. Now we give brownies and a glass of water. That is something which connects people to our shop. And children are our target audience. And for elderly, we are trying to make healthy products. People who are above 30, 35, 40, they would like to go for healthier options. So we are coming up with trans fat free products, gluten free, wheat based product, honey based product, besan, atta, and gur, replacing sugar with healthier sugars. And of course, sugar free products are available.
Thank you so much, sir. For my next question, me being an aspirant of entrepreneurship, and many other students might have this question, which is what concerns or issues do you think potential or practicing entrepreneurs should be thinking about?
You see, this is very important. The most important thing I'm going to say right now. I, being a chef, I thought I can run a restaurant because I know everything about my product. That is what is going to sell. So if you have a scale of 100, being a chef and knowing the product is about 10 to 15% important. Then the next very important part is about the service, 20 to 25%. There's always a clash of service in kitchen. Everybody knows that. So chefs think that they are better and they are, smarter out there, but it's a teamwork. So 10 to 15% is the role of being a chef. 20%, much higher than the chef, is service. If a good food is not served well with a smile and not taking a good feedback, and all that thing is gone. And third, very important aspect of changing yourself. What you're giving today, everybody wants in a different way. So innovation. So 40% is this, and 60% is ecosystem management. Ecosystem management is very important for any entrepreneur. अगर आप लोगों से network नहीं कर सकते हो, if you can't meet people, if you can't greet people, if you are not continuously in a habit of talking to strangers, making friends, you should be friends with your local SDO electrical, you should be friends with your telephone person, you should be friends with your Vodafone or Airtel internet, because internet is great part of your this thing. Redundancy is very important. Your police, your traffic police, your officials, your government officials, your local politicians, everybody in some way or the other is helpful to you in some stage. Also, when they are respected and networked, they help you to drive business. Very important.
Thank you so much, sir. So I have few questions from the live. And for the first question from Ananya Sinha, how did you handle adversity and doubts throughout your business?
The most important thing is your reading, and you're reading, you're updated. So you know what is the right channel to take. And second is your gut feeling. It's your inner voice that tells you what you have to do. Whether you have to bunk the class or not to bunk the class.
Right, sir. So for the second question from Supriya Shenoy of 35th Course BHM, she wants to know, how do you manage the sanitations in all your branches, because you cannot be at all the branches at once?
You're right. There is a set system of sanitization, cleaning and everything, and there is surprise inspections. And the managers and the people are trained, groomed, oriented towards that, because without good hygiene, the food is very bad. So there are set standards which are followed, and checks and balances are there.
So for my last question, you talked about how you have alternated these sugars with good honey and very healthy ingredients. What made you switch from sugar to these healthy options?
See, every great idea comes from your own community or your own well-wishers. Like Vikas Khanna was saying that he's done a great job. That was because of his mother. One of my aunt, who was a professor of English earlier, she told me in 2011 that Vikas, you'll have to go for healthy products, because that is what is going to be 2011. I mean, now it's everybody is very, very positive about and wanting to reach out to immunity foods, right? So we developed called power seed cookies, Power Bite. So it is just all your healthy nuts, if you happen to eat roasted or just like that, you will not probably enjoy it. Pumpkin seeds, sunflower seed, flax seeds, all these seeds are combined into a cookie with honey, and you just bite it and you have to just find out the right sweetness. It's very difficult. So these kind of things are hit in the market. People want it. We don't have to sell it. They recommend, "Arey wo wahan par jaake khaiye, it is very nice." It's everywhere. Like if you want to have a good dosa or a good chaat, people will recommend to you. So the biggest, Rishit was saying, the location is one of the biggest seller of food industry or hotel industry. Second is word of mouth publicity. Nothing to beat that.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering all of my questions. And now I'll hand it over to Palak. Over to you,
Last
Palak.
one thing, Palak.
Sir Shivalika.
No, you were handing it over to
Palak.
Palak. Okay.
Yes,
Before
sir,
you hand over.
Palak.
Okay, no problem. I'll continue. You asked about hygiene. So we used to go to Delhi every week to have a review of our shops, and we would have a dinner at X restaurant. We would feel very heavy, but we would go to Sarvana Bhavan and we will never feel heavy. That is, the customer knows if your kitchen is hygienic, you will never feel heavy. So that is the importance of hygiene in the food industry. Sarvana Bhavan is owned by one of my batchmates. It's a legendary restaurant of South India. Everybody should know it. And if they don't know, they can research. They are the biggest South Indian restaurant chain. Very nice food. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Now Palak will take it from here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef Thiru, Gauri, and Shivalika. And thank you so much to you, sir. I'd like to take this opportunity to summarize this session. Mr. Vikas started off by remembering his college days and his fellow batchmates and how they were anxious about their futures. He shared his journey from WGSHA to OJT in Fortune and Valley View, and now working on a national brand. He emphasizes on the fact that there is nothing to be scared of, and one who dreams and is focused can benefit from college and achieve his dreams. He further talked about being aware and having a 360-degree knowledge about the world and business and keeping yourself updated by reading and traveling. He expressed his gratitude to the college for giving him an opportunity to have hands-on experience and the importance of networking and building a genuine relationship with the people he works with. He further emphasized on how innovation is important and how when faced with a challenge of having a 10-day holiday for the Holi, he instead ideated over healthy options for his sweets and starting and expanding his bakery to offer baked mithais. That being said, after Chef further talked about being an entrepreneur, and the major aspects of an entrepreneurial journey is service, innovation, and ecosystem management. He also emphasized that gut feeling and awareness are important to sail through hard times. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and knowledgeable session. I'm sure a lot of us present here will benefit from this and apply your words of advice in our daily lives. Thank you. As a token of our sincere gratitude and appreciation, I request the social media team to present Mr. Vikas Malik with the certificate of appreciation. Thank you once again. I would like to request.
Can I, with the permission of Chef Thiru, sir, can I say one thing more?
Yes, please go ahead.
I had actually noted down, but I forgot to share with all the people who are listening to this. As an entrepreneur, we always find, we are looking out for good staff, good supplier. Who is the best AC supplier? Who is the best equipment manufacturer for this and that, and we do our own research. So I have been developing an app which will give staff of utility level, not higher level, because the most important thing is who's going to clean the utensils. Utility level training and the commies, just like Ola and Uber. If anybody is available, he will be available on his app. He just needs to tap it and he can come for an interview and everything. There were two metrics which will be personally verified. One is about the ethics and the second is about the loyalty and the honesty. And the third comes the capability in this thing. So this will be an app probably launching next year, available for all over India, hotels, restaurants, bakery, which will be, fantastic if we are able to pull it off.
Thank you. Hats off to you. Thank you. Thank you. Great idea. Great idea.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I would like to request the panel and sir to please keep their cameras open for a quick photograph. Meanwhile, I would request the audience member to please fill out the feedback form, the link to which has been posted in the chat section on this Facebook Live.
Excellent session, because there was a lot of learning for the students. Excellent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The photo has been taken.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you once again. I would request Ms.
Still, there are a few more. Let me add them, please. Keep your video on, please.
All right, sir.
Vikas, sir, can you please turn on your video?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it's done.
All right. Thank you so much for an extremely insightful session, sir. I request Ms. Krishna Rajesh to take over the forum for the next session.
Please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please. No, we can't hear you.
Krishna, you check your mic. It is unmuted but not connected properly, maybe. Can you try, by removing that? Just remove the earphone and check once. No, no.
Sir, am I audible now?
It is audible, but little closer. Please go near to the device and speak, please.
Yes, sir. So may I continue?
Yeah, please. Little more louder.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Krishna Rajesh from 8th Coast Baka, and it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for the day, our very own alumnus, Chef Nitin Tandon. Chef Nitin Tandon is a chef turned entrepreneur who loves to create a classic fusion between age-old recipes with modern dining trends. He spearheads his firm called the Bharat Hospitality, which proudly is running its 82nd year of existence, and he is the 4th generation who is carrying the flag high. Having done his schooling from Mayo College, Ajmer, to fulfill his dream of taking hospitality as a career, he joined WGSHA, Manipal in 1997. He was fortunate to train under known chefs from both India and abroad at the Mughal Sheraton, Agra, and the Oberoi Grand, Calcutta. His first accolade was being an opening team member to the iconic Leela Palace, Bangalore, which in turn was the beginning of his career in hospitality. He got an opportunity to work for a celebrity chef at the UK, namely Chef Paul Rankin, who owned Michelin star restaurants in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Chef Nitin worked there and as an assistant manager of bakery and pastry, and in his free time used to curate Indian dishes for Chef Paul's cafes and other outlets. Finally, Chef Tandon decided to come back and join his family business, which is now successfully running its outdoor catering division, a bakery confectionery, and a cloud kitchen, having catered to events as big as 10,000 packs in a single gathering, to traveling over 2,500 kilometers away from Kanpur to deliver his specialties at weddings in various parts of the country. Chef Nitin has done it all. Chef can be found watching cookery shows, training young hospitality professionals, or networking amongst the industry in his free time. He's just a call away for anyone who is looking at any sort of help which he can provide to students, faculty, or the college at large. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Chef Nitin Tandon. Over to you, Chef.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, yes, Nitin, audible. Super. Go ahead.
Respected faculty members, guests, panelists, and my dear friends, my dear young friends, I would say. I would like to start this session by thanking Chef Thiru, Principal WGSHA, for giving me an opportunity to be amongst you all. Setu ma'am, for organizing such a beautiful event. I also would like to extend my respect, appreciation, and love towards Chef Vikas Khanna for being who he is and for all what he has achieved. It is a moment of pride for every student of WGSHA to have a senior like him doing wonders and achieving such heights. A special mention and respect towards Mr. Vikas Mahajan, another stalwart in his own sphere, and carrying the flag of WGSHA higher and higher. Mr. Rishit Bhandari and Mr. Vikas Malik, my seniors, for leading by example and helping all of us walk the right path. My respect to every other panelist who are younger to me in age, but give me an opportunity often to get a sense of pride to know their achievements and also their accomplishments. To begin with, when Chef Thiru sent over an invite to me to be a part of this event, I wanted to do something which I usually want to do in life and usually do in life, to prepare myself. As I strongly believe, if you fail to prepare, you are preparing to fail. And when I say that, you need to prepare yourself for anything and everything you do. I was told that there are a lot of students from college who shall be attending this session also. So I just thought that what really should I go back to and discuss in these 20 minutes which is given to us. To begin with, I'll give a brief introduction about myself. I think it's already been done. I thank God and really thank God that my life has been a roller coaster. Because if it wouldn't have been that, I wouldn't have had an opportunity to learn, improve, adapt, and grow in life. It's only when your life is a roller coaster that you get an opportunity to do this. I, at the age of 8, traveled out of my hometown to study in an institute which proudly the world knows. It's called Mayo College Ajmer. I did my class 12 and fortunately had decided to take hospitality as a career. What better than being at WGSHA? The Welcome School had us as the first 4-year batch who were there. If I can tell the children here as to what is the best thing I've had from being an ex-Mayo or an ex-WGSHA, is a lot of people, including my own younger brother who works out of Bombay, says, and you children should understand the same thing, that any issue thrown to you, any help needed around the world, if it comes to us, believe me, it takes 10 minutes to find an answer. And when I say it takes 10 minutes to find an answer, it means anybody or somebody from these two institutes are sitting somewhere to help you. And the moment they get to know, they haven't known you ever before. The moment you introduce yourself by saying that you're an ex-WGSHA graduate, it takes them a second to make you feel like family. And that is the best part what the school will give you. So try and understand that we all are into a business of hospitality. And when Vic said, even Vikas Malik said, network, I'll put it easier to you. When you're a group of 30 sitting in a classroom, ask yourself, are you known amongst your class? Are you seen amongst your class? Or are you even seen amongst your class students? Your target initially should be that you should be known amongst your classmates. And the only way you will be known amongst your classmates will be as per how interactive you will be amongst the class, amongst the faculty. It is only those children, those students who are self-motivated, self-active, who become favorites of teachers. You know why? Because teachers want them around them. And the moment you start being favorites of your faculty, of your principals, you will start being known in the class. Your faculty and your principal will not just make you favorites for just going and saying hello to them 3 times a day. Start performing, start helping each other. To take this forward, I graduated from WGSHA, and then while my tenure had an opportunity to train with ITC's iconic property of Mughal at the Agra, and the second training was with the Oberoi Grand Calcutta. After which, I gave my interviews. Every interview which we gave would have been 6 to 8 rounds. This is something which the children really want to and should understand. Life at the last year of WGSHA is very different to life which has to start after you graduate and move ahead. I joined Leela Palace, Bangalore as a kitchen executive trainee. Soon tried to be as interactive and got a place with the executive chef who was an Australian, Chef Anthony Reynolds. And I became his favorite KT. The advantage I got being his favorite KT was I was given an opportunity to learn as much as I can. Believe you in me, I didn't like going back home in my initial 6 months. I would prefer to sleep in the banquet area or in the staff room so that I can get back to work. Very few people understand that. People want to finish their 8-hour, 10-hour shift and get back home and call it a day. He helped me, taught me whatever he could, and all the other chefs who were there. And then suddenly came up an opportunity where a chef, a celebrity chef in UK, was looking at somebody to join them, and he somehow reached me and took me on an interview call. When I go back from there, I think, if I remember right, I had 7 to 8 rounds in my interview to Leela, for which my salary would have been maybe 10,000 rupees to start with. 7 to 8 rounds for a 10,000 rupee a month salary. Moved on to a 45-minute interview where the salary figure, why I'm saying, because every child has all this in mind. What am I going to do? What am I going to earn? How much should I put in? Would have been maybe 2,500 pounds a month. It took a 45-minute interview. I performed and performed well again. But times were changing. Things and conditions back home changed, and I had to take a call of coming back to something which I always wanted to come back to. I fortunately belong to a family which is now running in our 82nd year of existence. Our brand, called the Bharat Restaurant, started in the year 1938, and we proudly find ourselves placed in history books of India, where the Indian freedom movement had freedom fighters preparing their Indian freedom movement, sitting and sipping over a cup of tea at our restaurant. We are really proud to say that we've since then tried to march ahead and carry the flag high. When I agreed to my decision of getting back to family business, I had seen two interviews. One, as I said, which was 7 rounds and was paying me 10,000 rupees. The second was 2,500 pounds a month. It took 45 minutes. When I landed back home and I entered my grandfather's office and I asked him, Baba, would you like to give me a brief as I officially joined business today? I was stunned to hear that a business which had already completed 66 years and had achieved ample progress in life, my grandfather took 5 minutes to say 2 lines. All he put across to me was, son, we have taken a lot of pains to carry this 66 years till today. And you are the first person in our entire family who has trained professionally in the industry to come back and join this business. All I have to tell you is, I know whatever you will do will be all good. But remember, ethics is what we have lived by, and ethics is what you will live by. If you're catering for a 5 packs party or a 5,000 packs party, times may change, situations may change, but if Nitin Tandon is not present there, you should not accept a catering for anybody, because what you can do, the other person cannot do. I made a promise to myself. I will not just look at growing my business, but firstly, I will try and make sure that I maintain the name and the fame and the hard work which my parents and my grandparents and my great grandparents have done and given me as a gift in this little 5 minutes of saying that we proudly hand over the entire business to you, hoping that you will carry the flag forward. In times to come, since I joined, we added on a bakery confectionery division. Soon, we became suppliers to few multinational outlets which came in Kanpur. We opened our own stores. We could see the time was wanting to add on the concept of cloud kitchens, and we did that in 2015 and then added a cloud kitchen to our business. So that's exactly what we had. Now, as I said, I had to prepare so that I don't fail. So what I thought of going a little interactive with a few short stories, and I think we're lucky we're ahead of time. So even if I take 5 minutes extra, I don't think it should be an issue. Children, all those who are hearing, let's start with something which is bad and then something which is really good. We all know we're in an industry which is called the hospitality industry. And with such pandemics like the one we faced in 2020, what is bad is that hospitality industry is one of the first most affected industries all over the world. We are one of the most affected industries by this pandemic. This is the bad news. But to take things positive, look at the positive angle of it, we all should agree, and all of us, Vikas Malik here, and others who are already, all other panel speakers who are in this, would agree to me, I think, saying that we are on a good news, one of the quickest industries who's getting back on track. One of the industries which are actually taking things forward, putting Corona at the back seat and getting back to business. So children, you've taken, some are in the first year, some are in the second year, some are in the third year. I think you've not taken a wrong decision. You've taken a very right decision to be in this industry, because hospitality is just not hospitality. Hospitality is life. And ask yourself or ask your friends and family, there can be no life without hospitality. As far as my entrepreneurship journey, which is the topic for today, I tried to take myself back and just pull out a situation that if I was a second year or a third year student, and if I was listening to a session like this, what would make sense to me, or what I think would be useful to me. Whatever I could pull out is what I just jotted down, and I'll share with you all. When we were in college, or when most of you are in college, I think if you pull out 5 common things which are going in your mind, I've pulled them out, and I think these used to be amongst my friend circle or people I interacted with. When we reach there, if you want to jot down, you can keep jotting down also, you can refer to these things again. The first thing was training. The second thing was teaching or / learning. What are we here to do? Train. What are we here to learn? What is competition? What is failure? And the fifth is, what is success? And when I talk about these things, these 5 points, when I was a student at WGSHA, used to be, when I thought about an OGT, as Vikas mentioned or Chef Thiru mentioned, training that time used to be go to the kitchen, chop some onions, chop some garlic, see a chef cook something, and come back. We never gave it the importance it actually commanded. And if you actually gave it the importance it commanded, you will reach heights you can't even imagine. The word training is explained as I did, and the word teaching or learning was that we will go to our class. Our teacher shall give us a brief about the subject. We will come back, sit in Cosmo, order a southern fried chicken, because daddy has allowed us to do this, have a soft drink, come back to class, enjoy another 4 hours, 3 hours, and that's how we'll take our 4 years further. Failure, something which all of us are very scared of. But before failure, what we were doing there was competing. Majorly competing. Who will come first in our class? Who will top the batch? Who out of us will be known in years to come? Competition. Why did I not achieve a position? Why did someone else did? And then when you realize, you say, I failed. And then you say, I failed because of X, Y, and Z. And the one who won, and the person who actually stood first, starts feeling that he succeeded. He ranked #1. Well, this is exactly what we used to think then. but as life changed us to be entrepreneurs. If I say training, I would say training directly means practice. And we all have listened to something from our childhood. Practice makes a man perfect. Believe you and me, anything which is repeated again and again is what becomes practice. But we all need to understand it is not what practice makes a man perfect. It is perfect practice makes a man perfect. And when I say that, if you practice wrong things, you will actually become perfect in delivering those wrong things. Children, from chopping an onion to cutting dices to getting juliens, everything needs practice. Taking it further, when you're teaching or learning, you need to keep your eyes, your ears open as to how you will link your life in further times to come and understand what is right and what is wrong for you. Further moving on to the word competition. Children, this word died years ago. I don't think this word should be present in the dictionary even, because 2020 is not the age of competition. Believe me, stop thinking about competition. I will not say stop studying, stop aiming high, stop setting goals. Broaden your minds. Start understanding collaboration. Collaboration is what is the need of the hour. Collaboration is what is the need of the future. And if you don't believe in collaboration, you are actually not moving with time. Failure is one of the most important part of each one of us. If we don't fail, we will never learn. If we don't fall, we will never understand what is falling. I will just elaborate this in my further session, but after failure, when I spoke about success, success and progress are two very similar but very different things in life. Children, please understand, growing from a 1 crore turnover to a 10 crore turnover to a 100 crore turnover is purely progress. If you think that you have moved from 10 crore to 100 crores, it is not necessary that it is success. You are only progressing sale-wise, but the day you are just a 10 crore or a 5 crore turnover company, but you as an entrepreneur, as an employer, are happy with what you do, are happy with what you produce, are happy with what you sell, are happy with what you market, every employee working for you and giving their lives to you, if they are equally happy coming to your establishment in the morning with a nice smile, greeting you, following the instructions you have passed on to them, curating the best possible products hygienically, maintaining recipes which reach your outlet or your retail stores, where they're kept professionally, kept very nicely displayed, and finally the client or the customer, who finally is God, as we say customer is God, enters your outlet and is made to be felt God till the time he purchases the products and goes back. If you, your family are healthy, if your employees and their families are healthy, if everything in life is going well and you actually get to sleep well at night, believe you me, you're highly successful. It is just not a turnover which will get you to be successful in life. There are so many more verticals of life which you will progress in. And when so many verticals progress equally is when you call it success. Taking two small stories, when I spoke about training, training is something which an athlete does every day for maybe 15 years. To perform for how much time? His race is 15 seconds, but he trains every day to achieve what he's targeting. Sachin Tendulkar faces 600 balls every morning to be what Sachin Tendulkar is. Don't practice, you will never be able to perform. If you don't attend OGTs, your OJTs are the beginning of your future. If you don't attend them, you are lacking something. We need to understand that when we spoke about training, this is what is here. When we spoke about collaborations, collaboration is something which we all should understand, that if we know that we are not just single, we are a group of team of professionals who understand their subject well, who can take help from each other and then deliver, the deliverance will be 110%. You will never go wrong if you have the right team performing, and the people who specialize in various individual aspects are the people who are your team members and not your employees, who help you form a nice team and further take it up forward. When we say collaboration, I give you a short story, a very short story. We all have heard the story of the race between the turtle and the rabbit. And we all know that the turtle won because the rabbit slept before reaching. But 2020 takes you to a newer version of the story. Maybe some of you have heard this story. It says the first race, the rabbit near enough reached the finish line and slept thinking turtle is too slow, because the finish line was at a certain point and the turtle won. The second race at the same finishing point was won by the rabbit because he made sure that he will cross the finish line before he goes to sleep again. Turtle was very smart. He said, now I'll place the finishing line and then we'll have a race. And the finishing line was placed across a little pond. The rabbit did not know about this. The rabbit ran as fast as he could and reached the corner of the pond and thought, I'm in a fix. We will not be able to swim across. And the turtle slowly walked up to the pond, swam it across, and reached the finishing line. It is then the turtle who again came back to the rabbit and said, I have an idea to do something better, where he said that let us try doing this, that from the start point till the starting point of the pond, you carry me on your back, and from the starting point of the pond till the end point of the pond, I will carry you on my back, and further from there till the finish line, you can carry me again, and see if we can finish this race in lesser time than what we did when we did it individually. So children, we all need to understand is collaboration is something which you need to keep open-mindedness since you are in college, because the more you are friends with your fellow students, with your faculty, with your principal, is only when they will take an opportunity to teach you what they have. To finish this before a question answer session, the last game I have always taken as the most important game in my life, and would suggest, please understand, there are some final year students, I'm sure, who would be listening to this, and I take myself back in my final year, and this is exactly what I wanted to know before I sat in an interview. I heard this little story which has touched me deep within, and I would request every child here to understand this. A game, we play all sorts of games. We play cricket, we play hockey, we play badminton, we play tennis, we play Ludo. But children, there is one game which we all have played all our childhood, and I would say keep playing it again every day at least once. It's called Snakes and Ladders. I hope everyone understands what I'm trying to say. This game is something which teaches you real life. This is the only game which makes you understand the truth of life. It can take you up to 99 and get you back to 2. It makes you understand that life is not a cakewalk. If you get into your comfort zone, there is a snake waiting for you. Just bite you and send you down. Life is like that, not just for me or for any individual person, but for anybody and everybody who wants to live life. If you don't want to face the challenges, if you don't want to fight, if you are not agreed to fall down, if you are not agreed to rise again, you are not living. The story I said was about this little girl, a very little girl who was playing snakes and ladders with her father. They started playing at 7 p.m. and went on till 11 p.m. And every game they played, the father won. This little child was not very happy about it. At 11 p.m., the father says, "Oh, I'm too tired. Let's just simply call it a day." When the girl said, "No, Dad, we still want to carry on playing some more." So he said, "Why?" "No, I feel like playing some more." So the dad said, "Okay, another 1 hour." So they started playing again, and perpetually this little girl kept losing. They finally realized it was 12 at night when the dad said that, "Beta, it's time, we should go to sleep." So she said, "Okay, we'll take a call. 5 more games. I've been playing with you since 7 p.m. and I've not been winning, I've just been losing. So the last 5th game is when God finally, after maybe 50 games, made her win for the first time." And you know what happened? The moment this girl won this game, she stands up, pulls her hands apart. "Daddy, let's go to sleep now." You know why? Because it couldn't have been over until I won. And now, after those many attempts, since I have won it finally, let's call it a day. So children, there is a very small 4-liner which I always speak to people who I interact with. This is practically what I learned and was fortunate to be an alumni of WGSHA, and which I take as the mantra of my life, and I pass it on to every young child getting into hospitality or even my own daughters. Start playing. खेलोगे नहीं तो गिरोगे कैसे? And this is the base of my life. Start playing, start performing, because if you don't perform, you will not fall. And if you will not fall, you will not learn. गिरोगे नहीं तो सीखोगे कैसे? और सीखोगे नहीं तो उठोगे कैसे? If you don't learn, how will you rise back? You need to rise back in life. So many times life will give you such conditions and situations where you have fallen, but you need to learn and get back. And uthoge nahi, to jeetoge kaise? If you don't come back, how will you win? And we all here are there to win in our own lives for ourselves, our family, our alma mater, and for every individual who has been affected or who has been a part of our lives and really would want to keep growing and be happy. So I once again thank Thiru sir, Setu ma'am. I have been doing this for quite some time, and I think COVID is a time which gave me a good opportunity to be amongst friends, family, children, students, schools, and I am very openly extended this offer to WGSHA that please keep me in mind for any sort of help we could be for children studying there because they are the future of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Krishna, can I ask some question before you get on to Q&A?
Yeah,
You
sure.
are, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Nitin, just I'm a little curious about because yours, besides the restaurant business, you have outdoor catering also. So how you mobilize your manpower resources? Because it's a seasonal, forgetting about the pandemic, but otherwise also how you mobilize, because talent pool is required because the season, the wedding events will happen at the same time and so many caterers are there, they try to poach but it'd be a good learning for our students who would like to start, outdoor catering because it's not that easy. Every business has its own pros and cons. But people think that okay, you make seasonal so much of money, but retaining them and then when you call them, they should be available to you. Then only you will be able to execute, whatever the customer requests, right?
Very true. I go back and I think Rishit also answered this, and I would get back to this again. Uh, when I joined back business in 2004, I had 47 people in my team who were present when I was born. 47 staff members were present when I was born in 1979 who were still with us in business. I have somebody who sits and just spends time at my house proudly. He is 83 and he this year has completed 70 years with us. 70. This man used to tie a thela over his waist, take food for 200 people on the thela, and walk 40 kilometers in those years when there were no modes of transport with two more of his colleagues to go get a catering done. And after the event finished, tied back the thela and walked back 40 years. I owe it to them. It is these people who have actually made me sit here and share the journey of my life with all of you. In the pandemic times, all what we wanted to do was not just distribute everything to everyone because there were a lot of people who were actually arranging for food for people who were not able to feed themselves. But I promised myself that in an industry where we are, you need senior team which has to know your recipes and rest all helpers. So the senior team which know our recipes and who have actually traveled those recipes which have actually taken the 82 years now, and I maybe sometime later I'll talk about them. I call them the gastronomical treasures of Bharat, the recipes which actually of my menu have traveled 82 strong years. We made sure that our core team does not go anywhere. We will stick to them. We will take care of them and their families and make sure they're with us in any catering organization, you have a set of permanent employees, and then you have a set of contractual employees. So the permanent employees are the employees who have been with us. You will not believe, fortunately, we had some servant quarters behind our house. And the first thing I could do as Modi ji announced the lockdown was picked up my entire core team and got them and put them in those quarters and said, well, till the time things don't improve, you are my responsibility still and shall always be. And please feel safe here. This is the house where I live in, and I think you won't get a safer place to stay than this place. So they were happy, and slowly and slowly things started improving. And I think hopefully we've actually tried to help the contractual labor also, who usually are on contract but mostly work with us. So they too have been provided whatever we could do from our side, and by God's grace, we are very hopeful that things should improve very soon.
Thank you, Nitin. And then one more question I would like to ask you that you do a lot of large events, and do you have any thing in place on to sustainability practices? Because lots of the wedding menu will be quite vast, and something which you all practicing.
We are trying to practice a lot of things which practically are possible in the catering industry. A lot of people come to us to say that, whatever food is left after the party finishes, what do you do with that? And can't you supply it to people who are needy? But I personally, or rather, it has come from my parents and my grandparents also, we feel that the food which we serve in a gathering for maybe 1,000 people is started to be made from 7 a.m. At about 4 p.m., we load it in our vans and send it to the venue. So the entire thing, keeping the costs in concern, uh, are not refrigerated vans or per se. Wherever needed, we use them, but we can't afford to use them for all sorts of food. So when the food has been lying in such conditions and have carried on from 4 p.m. till maybe 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., which is now the general timing of a party to finish, I don't really think the food has been reheated 3 to 4 times in that span is worthy of giving it to somebody who will eat it the next day, even after 10 hours from then. So we try and practice things which we can. Refrigerations are managed by refrigerated vans at our catering sites. Hygiene and sanitations are managed by us individually to make sure that the areas are well sanitized. But there are a lot of things which I have had in mind or I have tried to do, but many a times we fail to do it with the general conditions of the venues where we have to go and deliver.
Okay. Thank you, Nitin. Please, Krishna, go ahead.
Before Krishna, I just want to maybe
Sure.
thank Nitin. Presently, my postgraduate this HTM, that is Tourism and Hospitality Management students, are learning on a chapter called Family Business. Learning all these things from you, it was so current for them. That's what I have messaged to them also. And third generation, Nitin,
Fourth
third or
generation.
fourth generation, to see a fourth generation entrepreneur with so much of passion, and whatever they are learning in the text, the same things are coming out of your mouth. It is so wonderful to listen to you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef Thiru, and thank you, Setu ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. I would now like to hand over the forum to Ms. Sadika and Ms. Tanmay from 8th Course Baka to continue with the interactive session. Over to you, Sadika.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your enlightening session. My first question would be, what good advice have you heard from your mentors that you would like to pass on to potential entrepreneurs?
Good advice, what I have heard from my mentors, my idols, is they are very happy to know that I've stuck to my basics. I may be an entrepreneur, but in any of my caterings, or I would say in most of my caterings, you don't be surprised if you find me on the pan. I believe what I can do with my hands is much more than what I can do with my brains. So even after being the owner of the company, I don't at all think twice before shifting the Conti chef or a teppanyaki chef over and say, let me go through this. And I will tell you, this is something which is, I feel, a secret that my customers really understand and enjoy coming over in their parties and having food which I'm actually preparing in front of them. So the more you are close to your customers, what I learned from my mentors, the more you are involved with them, the more feeling which you give them. Like my grandfather used to say, the first time you go to meet a person for his daughter's wedding is the only time the daughter has one father. The day you crack a deal and say that you will be performing the outdoor catering, the father should understand that he can go and look at other parts. You should be performing the duties of the second father and making sure that the event has been delivered as if her own father was delivering the same. So I stick to those rules, and I stick to those teachings which have come down from my family, and I think they help me a lot with making very strong relations with my customers.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, if your entrepreneurship experience was helpful, specifically what courses, content, or experiences were helpful to you and how? Where and how exactly do you use these learnings in your daily business and enterprise operations?
If you go back, I would say anything and everything which you have learned in your times while you have been in college, further on your OJTs, on your trainings, on your summer trainings, and then finally on your jobs, every child should make it a point to work as an employee for a minimum of 5 years. And believe you me, for a minimum of 5 years to come back to become an entrepreneur. Uh, every one of us, as I put it, know how to polish our shoes, but each one of us have different shines on the shoes. All our shoes are polished, but the shines are different. Believe you and me, the 5 years of grilling which happens to you when you are on your job is the shiner your shoes get. And the shiner your shoes are when you turn to be an entrepreneur. The customer which you interact with understands you more by the shine of your shoes and the way you dress and the way you talk than what you're going to offer them, which is for sure going to be the best thing he's going to achieve as and when he finalizes the deal with you. So the shine on the shoe is very important. As I say, ragging is something which is a word which has so much more to it. The day you learn and understand about what our seniors is when you will understand what our seniors in life. The day you understand what our seniors, the day you will understand what our customers, how to speak with them, how to talk to them, how to respect them. If you don't have these trainings in college, which I sadly know that things are moving out. I've been from Mayo, and I remember the day I landed in WGSHA and the ragging started. I'm not pro ragging, but just an answer would say, "Oh, he's an ex-Mayo. What will we rag him? He's been ragged all through his life." But it's not ragged as in troubled. It's not ragged as if we've been given some issues. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is basically teaching you something which you are not teaching otherwise, not learning otherwise. So I feel that these are the basics which you have to know in your jobs before you actually come back and turn into an entrepreneur. It'll help you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
So my first question is, sir, can you give us more insight about your lessons that you have learned and your work experience with Chef Paul Rankin?
Oh, Chef Paul Rankin took a 45-minute interview to me of mine and said, "You are working at Leela's, and I'm actually speaking this out, and this is the truth. You're working at Leela's at an X salary. I don't know you. You don't know me. I've understood that you're a person I would want to hire. How do we crack this deal?" He was expecting an answer from me. I always had joined WGSHA to take hospitality as my career. I always had known that somewhere later, after taking the experiences, I will be coming back to business. So what I could do that time was I told Chef Paul Rankin, Paul, uh, there are only three things I expect out of you. For the first 2 months, I will work with you. One, I need a ticket to reach you, and I need a ticket to return back. If you don't like me, if I don't like you, I should be sure that I shall be having a ticket, an open ticket to come back the day I want. Number two, you should give me a place to stay for those 2 months so that I don't have my living expenses. And number three, give me just enough money that at the end of the month, when I see my bank balance, it is a big zero. The first 2 months, I want tickets to come to you and come back home from you. I need a place to stay, and I need enough money to manage my life. And at the end of the month, my bank balance should be zero. After 2 months, when you have seen me and when I have seen you, we will talk business. I landed in Belfast on 9th of December. I was surprised that I was received by the CEO of the company at the airport. He was called Peter. As an Indian, I reached there and said, "Good evening, sir." And the answer came, "I am Peter. You will call me Peter from today onwards." I was like, fine. He took me to a flat where I was sharing a room with one another employee from our organization. This was 9th of December. 10th of December was my first day in the job, where I understood how the bakery was working. I was given a recipe book to know that these are the things we make. I was shown by the bakery chef as to how we perform operations here, what time the orders come in, how do we take the orders, how do we execute the orders. 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. 6 days was my training. From then on, I don't know how, but they started understanding that this boy would probably be able to grasp what is happening. And then came 24th December. Belfast, 24th December. 6 cafes, 2 restaurants. We used to work on a process which was frozen. So we used to make products, freeze them. The orders used to come from all the cafes, and we used to pull stuff out from the freezer, thaw them, bake them, pack them, send them. So it was not always an issue to make the product now and send it now. So that was an excellent process which used to work there. Then came 24th December. I had hardly been there for maybe 15 days, and 14 days rather, to be precise. And a question came up amongst the group of 7 people who used to be working in the bakery. The bakery chef asked, tomorrow is Christmas and day after is the Boxing Day. Who all shall be working on Christmas and Boxing Day? And believe you guys, I raised my hand. For 2 minutes, I kept raising my hand, and then I looked left and I looked right. And believe me, I was the only one who has raised my hand and said I will be working. Till then, I was not surprised. What came as a surprise to me was my bakery staff said, "Fine, Nitin, tomorrow and day after, you shall be the only one working." And I was shocked. So I reached there in the morning on 25th December, pull out my order sheet, put out the products. We had loaded the products in our deep freezers, made them, send them over. It was a 7,000 square feet bakery kitchen. 7,000 square feet bakery kitchen. Send them over to the cafes. Reached home maybe at 12 at night. Slept over. 5:30 in the morning was back to work. At about 10:30, I was the only one in that 7,000 square feet kitchen, and there was no gate to an entry. There was no gate to an entry. There was a shutter, which we used to work by a key because it was so huge you couldn't get it down and up. So I went inside and had always locked the shutter, and the shutter was down, and I was calmly listening to some soft music and preparing whatever was needed when I hear a bang, bang, bang on the shutter. And I walk up and I open the shutter and I see the man Paul Rankin standing there on 26th December and saying, "Hi, how are you?" I said, "Very nice, Paul." "Oh, so the kitchen seems to be very quiet." So I said, "Yeah, Paul, it's just me and my music system. We're the two of us here, and what do you mean to say?" So I said, "Well, uh, I'm the only one here, and I'm doing what is needed to be done, and this shall reach your cafes in time." "So you mean to say out of the 7 people working in this Roscoff bakery, they all are on leave, and there's one little boy who's come 14 days ago, and he's the only one who will run 6 of my cafes and 2 of my restaurants' bakery products?" And I had no words to give him. And I said, "Well, this is just not today. I think this is my second day. Yesterday was the first day." So he said, "Oh, 25th December, you were the only one working." And I said, "Yes, Paul, I was the only one working." So Paul says, "Okay, uh, all the best. Have a happy Christmas and a happy Boxing Day. And we speak to you tomorrow." And he turns back, and I say bye to him and put the shutter down and start working again. 3 days later, I was called to the head office. That was my plan was for 2 months to talk to him. 3 days later, I was called to the head office, and he said, "How you doing? All well? This, that, and the other." And he hands over a little letter to me, which was already stapled, and I was not permitted to open it here. He said, "You can go back home, open this letter, and if you feel like telling me something, you get back to me. And if you don't feel like telling me something, just carry on the way you are." So I really couldn't wait. And, I reached back home. I somehow managed to keep the letter closed till the time I reached my bed. And you can understand what was going in my mind. And I simply just opened the letter, and it says, "Dear Nitin, I congratulate you and promote you to be the assistant bakery pastry manager, Chef Paul Rankin and his company, and your salary from a minimum wage which he was paying me has been taken up from here to there. If it sounds less to you, you can come back to me, and if it is okay, to a brighter future together." So my journey of Ireland was such that the day I gave in and put in my papers, uh, and I was saying bye to them because I had to come back and join business, the same way I had a knock at the shutter, the same way I had a knock about 5 hours before I had to catch a flight uh, on my flat. And as I open it, I see Paul Rankin standing outside and says, "Nitin, you're leaving." So I said, "Yes, sadly, but it's true." And he says, "How can you go without a zip in my Ferrari?" And I was stunned. And what I see next is he hand pulls me out of my house, makes me sit beside him in his Ferrari, and takes me on a zip around the city and says, "This is the least I could do for you. And we are friends for life. And whenever you want to get back to Belfast, you are just a call away." So if I didn't earn money, if I didn't earn a salary, I was there to network, I was there to make friends. And I'm so fortunate to say that I have at least 25 telephone numbers in my phone book, which still are often spoken to all through the year, are of people who are still in Belfast. And I think that is the biggest thing I have gained in life. If you money and fame is just a part of life and it comes and goes, but if you don't network, if you don't make friends for life, if you don't understand the depth of relationship, you're not in the right industry. Hospitality is what is your relationship.
That's a really great experience. So thank you so much for sharing it with all of us. Thank you so much once again. Now I would now let Krishna continue. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Tanmay and Sadhika, and thank you so much, sir, for patiently answering all our questions. I would now like to take this opportunity to summarize the session. Chef started off by thanking and appreciating all his faculty members and all his batchmates. He also spoke about how it is important to be prepared, and if we aren't prepared, we're preparing for failure. He then went on to speak about his experience at the Leela Palace, Bangalore, and where he trained under Chef Anthony Reynolds, and he also learned a lot from the other chefs. He then went on to speak about the opportunity that he had grabbed with Chef Paul Rankin, and went on to work for him. And then he spoke about his brand, which he left the hospitality industry for, and went back to his family business. He also spoke about how they expanded into the bakery and confectionery department, and they also provided to many multinational companies. He then spoke about the 5 points, namely training, teaching or learning, competition, failure, and success. And he compared these to his experiences back in college. Chef also spoke about the importance of practice and how the perfect practice makes the perfect man. Further, Chef also told us that the concept of competition is no longer applicable now, and that we should be open-minded to the concept of collaboration. Lastly, Chef used a lot of interesting stories and fables to make our understanding better of the concept of collaboration. So thank you so much, sir. It was really interesting. Last, he also spoke about how we should play the game Snakes and Ladders, and it teaches us more about life, that no matter how successful we might be, one day a snake might just come and we might be at the bottom. So thank you so much, sir, for that extremely wonderful, insightful, and knowledgeable session. I'm sure that a lot of us have taken a lot from this session. So thank you once again. Now, as a token of appreciation, I would request the digital media team to present the chef.
Thank you, Nitin. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, digital media team. And I request the panel members and faculty to please switch on your cameras for a photograph.
Thank you, Nitin.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me over. Thank you.
So is the photograph done?
Just wait for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A feedback form has been put up in the chat box of the Facebook Live. I request all the audience to please fill up the feedback form. I now hand over the forum to Mr. Subhash from 8th Course Baka to proceed to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to each and every one of you present here. It is my proud privilege to introduce to you the speaker of this session. Graduating from WGSHA in 2003, Prasanna Vijay Kumar pursued a diploma in acupuncture from Annamalai University. Mr. Kumar is the principal consultant and director of MSV Hospitality Consultants. He is the co-founder of WOW Hotels and Resorts and is the joining MD of MSV Royal Enfield. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Mr. Prasanna Vijay Kumar, who will be addressing us on the topic Entrepreneurial Attitude for Success. Over to you.
Good afternoon to all the respectable teachers, the faculty members, and the eminent speakers. It's really a privilege to be back here. And I'd like to thank Chef Thiru for inviting me over, and Setu ma'am for coordinating and making this possible. When I was given an option, I did choose to speak on the attitude of the entrepreneur because there are a lot of things that I apply in my real life, which I thought I should share with the students. Before I had summed it up into 8 points, which I apply in my real life. Before I jump to the slide, I would like to just give you a brief about myself. So I passed out in the year 2003 and I'm from the 14th course. Now, when I was in my 10th standard, my father had bought a land at a hill station in Tamil Nadu called Yerka with an idea to build a resort. Back then, there were not many resorts in that place, and I belonged to a city called Salem, which is in Tamil Nadu, and Yerka is in Salem. So he gave me an option to choose hotel management, and like an obedient boy, I did say yes. So that's how WGSHA happened. So I was there for 4 years. And after I passed out, we started the construction of the hotel. So I was not privileged enough to go work somewhere, but I was there from the construction time of the hotel. And we initially started with 10 rooms and a restaurant. And in the following years, we were able to add more rooms, and we made it a 45-room property with a restaurant. And every passing year, whatever we were able to generate from the business as a profit went back into developing this very hotel. We added a banquet hall. Later, we added a swimming pool. And by the time my brother, younger brother, joined business, so we were able to open a spa. The first spa of Yerkat was started at Grand Palace Hotel. And later, we moved on to open a swimming pool. And that was, again, the first swimming pool in Yerkat Resorts. And later, we started a poolside outdoor open-air dining restaurant. And then we added a outdoor adventure activity for the guest. And later on, in the year 2019, we wanted to expand this further. And then we added another 30 rooms to the property. So this is a 3-star hotel with 76 rooms. So in the last 15 years, we were able to develop it to this level. And in the meantime, me, along with my brother, we started a hotel management company by the name of Hotels and Resorts, which was into managing hotels. We recruit the team, we train the owners, and we also handhold the owners. These are basically services rendered to the new hoteliers who enter the business. And we also ventured into automobiles. We own and operate 2 Royal Enfield dealerships in Salem by the name MSV Royal Enfield. Now that happened by chance, so we did get a beautiful opportunity. So we didn't have any prior experience. My father was basically an aluminum industry owner. He was making aluminum rolling sheets. So hotel industry itself was a new thing for our family. But this came by and we grabbed it with both the arms. Now we run 2 showrooms. Now that's about my journey ever since I passed out from the college. Now I would like to sum up certain attitude which as students, all of you should possess. So Chirag, if you're online, could you share the slide or you want me to share it?
Sir, I'm just sharing my slideshow.
Thank you. Okay, I made a small presentation It's called entrepreneur. Thanks to her for this topic. I didn't want to keep it generic. So, Chirag, can we go to the next slide, please? Chirag, are you there? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are 8 points I'm going to talk about. The first one happens to be the gratitude. Now, only a grateful heart can achieve great things. Now, this is something which I apply in my real life. In fact, every morning I meditate. I'm grateful for people. I read out their name in my mind. People who have helped me the previous day, and anybody in my life who I'm grateful for. Now, it's just not about being grateful. It should not stop with the word. Now, we go to an extent of trying to show it in our attitude in our workplace. In all the businesses we run, we make sure we show it to our team members. For instance, if you say during the lockdown, our hotel was locked down for 6 long months, but our automobiles were closed for like 1.5 months. But still, we didn't stop paying them the salary, because had it not been for the team that worked with us, we have 90 people in Grand Palace and another hotel we operate in Yankat by the name of Vice. We have close to 25 people. We paid everybody salary during the lockdown, and luck had its own way, because just before the lockdown, we had taken a huge loan for expanding one of the property by the name Grand Palace. So we had actually invested our liquid funds into the project, and we had taken a loan. Now, but we didn't want to let go of the team who was working with us. I mean, telling no for a pay for 6 months look very unethical for us. So we had to liquidate our investments. I mean, we had to liquidate our mutual funds, and then we paid the team. Though we didn't pay them the full salary, we paid half the salary, but we gave it back to them, because end of the day, they depended on us totally. And make it a subconscious quality. I mean, be grateful to your teachers from the school you learned, from the college you learned. Be grateful to your parents for making you what you are today. Be grateful to your spouse. There are times we won't have the guts to go walk up to many people in life and say thank you to them, but then feel it. So when you start feeling grateful, there is no amount to what you can achieve in life. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, again, when it comes to an entrepreneur or anybody for that matter, I think we should take responsibilities for everything. I practice this in life, okay? Basically, every time something goes wrong in any of the organizations where I'm involved with, I take responsibility for it totally. But when things go right, I like to give credit to the team members. Now, why we do this is, if your subordinate has done something wrong, it is your inability to see through what has gone wrong. So as entrepreneurs, we should take responsibility for everything that is happening in the organization. Now, if you recruit the right guy, give him the right training, you will get the right result. Now, if you recruit a wrong guy and don't train him well, the result what you get is what you have earned. So it's as simple as this. The day you sow the seed, you won't enjoy the fruit. So take responsibility, so that way you'll be accountable for everything that is happening. Not necessarily have to micromanage the team. I'm not talking about getting into nitty-gritties of a business. All I'm trying to tell you is, find the right people to the right job in the organization. Give them the right tools, right machinery. You can't give an old bakery oven and expect them to make an amazing cake. Now, that doesn't happen. As a business owner, it's our moral responsibility to give them all the tools and equipments and machinery, so which we practice in our business. Chirag, the next slide, please. Okay, empower and develop others. Now, this is the third point on my list. Now, empowering is something that has helped me evolve as an entrepreneur. I wouldn't be where I am had I not empowered the people. Now, many business owners have this insecurity in them, not just business owners, be managers. When we develop people under us, we start feeling a little insecure that our job will be at stake. I mean, we will lose our authority. Now, that is actually a wrong way of looking at things. It's like, you make your foundation stronger, your building grows taller. So keep constantly developing team that is working with you. Keep empowering them. Give them authority. Many owners give authority and not the responsibilities. Now, that is a plan to fail. So empower them, give them authority over whatever area. You have a housekeeper in your hotel, give them the authority and empower them with skill set. You have a restaurant, give your captain authority to take a decision. He doesn't have to look for the owner or the manager. So this is where many organizations don't grow, because the owner is holding on to anything and everything happening in the organization. That is not the way forward. Yeah, no, Chirag, I'm not done with that. Could you just jump back to the previous slide? There's something I wanted to discuss. I had made small notes of certain things. Yeah, see, when it comes to empowering and developing others, in our hotel, Grand Palace, we have implemented something called 5S. It's a Japanese workplace management technique. And Grand Palace happens to be the first hotel in India where 5S was implemented. Now, 5S, we follow a set of rules where every organization is every department in the organization is standardized. We follow a certain procedures. Basically, for instance, if I take one of you who's listening to me right now into our stores and ask you to get eggs from the shelves in the store, you should be able to pull it out within 30 seconds. Or if I take you to my accounts department and ask you to pull out an employee's file which is in the shelf, you should be able to pull it out in 30 seconds. Now, this could baffle you, but we have organized and arranged all the departments in our hotel to make it easy. For example, a wall clock in our hotel will have a sticker behind the wall clock mentioning the date when the battery should be replaced. We have schedules for painting the public area, the corridors, the employee cafeteria, the accommodation of our staffs. Now, we have trained people, we have constant audits, so where it makes life easier. Any employee who walks into your organization for the first time would just adapt to your methodology, because that's what 5S is all about. In fact, I visited Toyota manufacturing factory. They take 7 minutes to make a car. Now, can you believe a Toyota car is made in 7 minutes in short, and they don't have a store. Now, these people don't keep a store. The material arrives early in the morning, gets assembled by the evening, the cars are parked for sales. Now, that's how they apply it. So we have implemented that in our hotel. And we give a lot of gifts and certificates to the employee who contribute towards making their area a perfect area. So every month, an audit happens and the departments are categorized, like how the states are divided in the nation. We've divided our departments, and there is a facilitator, under him comes a team leader, under him comes the team members. So they all work as a team in trying to keep their area a best workplace area. Chirag, next please. Yeah, we follow open door policy in the organization. Everything is transparent. So there is no secrecy, or there is nothing confidential in any of the business we run. We totally, I mean, right from the steward to the general manager of the organization knows the turnover of that particular day. Any department in a hotel we manage, every notice board has the target for the month, the money that is earned for the month. We've gone into such a minute detail where the unit managers of our hotels are given incentive based on the profit they generate for the organization. So we keep all the data transparent. Everything is accessible. Also, we discuss the cost that has gone into the hotel. I mean, every department, we give them an expense budget, which every employee of the organization is aware of. So we groom them to that level where if they have to leave us, they can go start a business on their own. So it's a very transparent organization. That's what we follow. And you would have known of guest feedback in many organizations. Now, what we do is we have something called a associate feedback management. So what happens is, like how you give a feedback form to the guests of the hotel and take response from them on the standards of service or the food or anything that they have experienced. So every month we shoot out a Google form to all the employees in the organization and ask them to give scores and rate the management on the food that is provided, on the accommodation that they are given, on the way the manager treats them. And we also have a POSH committee where women are given option to share their opinion if at all they're having any challenges in the workplace. So all this is done to make sure we keep them happy. That is why we call it associate happiness survey. We don't even call it satisfaction. So you keep your team happy, they will keep your guest happy. And if you keep the guest happy, you are going to stay in the business for as long as you want to. So that's how we do it. And many a time we've got criticisms also from employees, and we take it very, very seriously. They've also pointed fingers at us saying that we've not done something the way it's supposed to be, and we take it seriously and we don't penalize the employee. And these are things we keep it very seriously. Everybody to know that these tasks are our weak points in the company, and we try to correct ourselves. Chirag, next one, please. Yes, we have, as an entrepreneur, you will have to take a lot of key decisions at many point of time, and many a time business owners go by their gut instincts. So this may not be a very smart methodology, and they would probably bring their father or grandfather to say that this is how it was done back then, or they would take an example of a successful business owner in their vicinity. It's best to look for facts before you do something. Like you want to buy a mobile phone, you go into a website, you look for the review, you read the pros and cons. Now, when we take a business decision, personally, I recommend we should get into the facts right. You want to start something you've never done before, go into the details, speak to business owners, speak to people who have traveled your path, speak to people who have had challenges in trying to get things done. So get your facts right, have a method in hand ready, make a business plan, be it an addition to your restaurant. I mean, you have a bakery, you're going to add as one of the speakers that very beautifully mentioned, he said, we wanted to make baked bhujias, which was very brilliant. So they got the facts right. There was nobody selling anything baked in the market back then. They were all selling fried stuff. Now, he got in something and he got his facts right. That decision made him a success. And to talk about it, we have something called a specialty menu in our resorts. Now, what we do is we catch hold of local cuisines. Now, when we started interacting with our guests who come to our resorts, we got to understand that guests don't really want to eat the same food which they get in their own cities. They want to try something very authentic and very local and which they have not tasted anywhere. So that got us curious and we started getting back to our roots. I mean, the food that was made in Tamil Nadu in the villages, which is almost forgotten. All we know is dosa, idli, vada. But we took it to the next step and we got into the roots of the culture, and we found many interesting dishes, and some of that we implemented it and we got some raving responses. And thanks to those dishes, we have 3 F&B outlets in one of the resorts and 1 F&B outlet in another resort at Yaka. Among the top 5 ranked restaurants in Yaka, Grand Palace's 3 outlets happen to stay in the top 3 always. Now, because we were able to churn out something authentic, there's something called a plantain paratha. We served on a sizzler platter. Now, imagine your paratha, a maida paratha, we make it, we layer it with some nice mutton or chicken and veg. We have 3 variants. So we put the paratha, my mouth is watering as I'm talking, pardon me. So we put the paratha, so we put the mutton gravy, and then we put another paratha. We pour a little bit of mutton gravy, mutton, and another paratha, and we wrap the plantain leaf, and then we cook it on a tawa. So the steam cooks the paratha and lets the gravy infuse. I mean, vegetarian is equally tasty. If there are any vegetarian watching this. So we served on a sizzler platter, and it's a big hit. So this is what we did. So we looked for the facts and then we took decisions. Next one, Chirag. Oh yes, it can get a little frustrating. Focus on solution every time you have a problem. Now, many times when we have a problem, we focus on getting frustrated. We focus on the source that created the problem. We get angry. This is the very natural human emotion. Now, that is not going to get us anywhere. Now, the moment you have a problem as an entrepreneur, your brain, train your brain. That's the best muscle in your body. The more you train, the sharper it gets. So train your brain to start looking for a solution. A solution should not be something to solve the problem at that point of time. We have a lot of problems. If I should quote something. Okay, I'll come to the next point. When I come to the next point, I'll be able. Okay, there's something called Kaizen. Now, Kaizen simply means a Japanese word which means change for better. Now, when we have a problem in our organization, we give an opportunity to all the team members to come up with a Kaizen, change for better. A Kaizen means we should put a full stop to the problem. Within the team, the solution should come by. Now, we categorize these Kaizen into 3 categories. Basically, a problem, when you solve it, it should save you time, it should save you money, or it should save you space. For instance, when you have a shelf on the floor, let's say you have a 1-by-1 shelf on the floor. Now you have given that space to the shelf on the floor. Now imagine if I mount the same shelf on the wall. Now that space on the floor is saved for you. If you see, we have a nothing on the floor policy in our hotels, in the back area. So we have everything mounted on the wall. So people come up with these solutions and they are also awarded. And if any of our employee comes up with a Kaizen which saves money for the organization, whatever money he has saved for the organization, 10% of the money is given to the employee as a gift. Now this has motivated them and they bring us a lot of solutions. Now imagine as an entrepreneur, you're sitting, your brain has the capacity to do only what it's capable of doing. Imagine if you have 50 brains working towards the same problem and all the 50 brain wants to save your problem. Solve your problem. So focus on the problem and many a time the solution can come from within your team. I can quote a simple story. There was an instant in a soap manufacturing factory. They had a machine which would pack the soap and get it out. Now this machine had a small error. There are times it won't pack the soap. So when it was delivered and distributed, customers bought a pack without a soap in it. Now the directors of the company, the board of directors sat and discussed and they said they'll go to a different manufacturer and try to rework on the machine and improve the capacity of the machine or ask someone else to manufacture it, or they have to start a factory where they can manufacture their own machine. Suddenly, one of the sweepers in the room interrupted and said, "Sir, can I give you a solution?" And the board of the directors got really irritated. What do you know? You're uneducated. How could you even interrupt us to do the meeting? And one sane person in the group said, "Okay, let's hear what he has to say." This man said, "Sir, the soap gets passed on through a conveyor belt. Can we put a pedestal fan? So when the fan is on, if there's no soap in the box will fly away. So the problem will be solved. Why do you have to invest more?" Now imagine the board of the directors with MBAs and expertise they had were not able to come up with a solution. This man was able to give a solution because he was watching all of this happen and he was an insider. So that's what I would like to reiterate. Focus on the solution every time you have a problem and not on the problem. Chirag, next slide, please. Yes, readers are leaders. Now, great leaders are always future oriented. Now, we always constantly keep looking at the future, how it's going to span out. We as a company, we have plans for future. What we will do from 5 years from now, what we do 10 years from now, the decision we take today, how is it going to impact our company 1 year from now, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now. So you need to constantly keep understanding how it will have an impact on your team, on your customer base, on your clientele base. We are very adaptable. That has been one of our strengths. We adapt very easily to change and we embrace it big time. But yes, some of our team members find it really difficult to adapt to the change, but we have a hard time. So, and this is a proverb which my father always tells me. I had written it down. He always says, when you don't know where you're going, you can't drive your car fast. Now, it's as simple as this. Unless we know what we are going to do 6 months from now, 1 year from now, 3 years from now, how would you ever do it right? So plan always in ahead and be prepared for worst consequences. COVID is one such thing. We were not hit big time. God's grace, we were prepared. We had reserves. We had planned so well that we were able to do it. Next one, please. Show empathy towards your team. There are many times, many people who work with us would have contributed really to your success and well-being, but there could be tough times. They could have a personal situation. They could have run out of energy. It could be a health reason. They may not be able to deliver and probably lose focus in whatever they are doing, but it could cost you the business. But even at those times, don't disown them. Show empathy towards every individual member in your team, because without them, we wouldn't be what we are. I think it's a moral obligation to always be empathetic towards a team member. So I think to sum it up, these are the 8 key points I would like to talk about, which we follow in our organization, and I honestly request all of you to implement it. I think I'm done with the slide. Chirag? Yeah, thank you. So I think
yes,
we can close the slide. Thank you, Chirag.
Thank you.
So and the last statement I would like to make here, your success as an entrepreneur lies in your daily routine. So before you go to bed, plan your tomorrow, write it down on a piece of paper, what you have to do the following day. And if you can execute all of it before you hit the bed, trust me, your success. And like how Nitin Tandon had clearly said, if you can get a good night's sleep, I think you're happy in life. People 30 plus will know the value of sleep. So I think I'm done with what I have to present within the time I was given.
Thank you, Prasanna. But
Thank
you didn't
sir.
share your better off. She was your junior.
Oh yes, sorry about that. Yes,
Not fair, not fair.
Very true, sir. Aarti, my wife is from 15 course, so we met at the college. She's a very famous home baker. She's a sober and a very enterprising woman who keeps inspiring me. I wouldn't be what I am had it not been for her. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Prasanna. She's doing amazing job like you, and I'm keep seeing her work. And as you said, that she's very enterprising lady. I think probably next entrepreneurship summit she will be part of our program.
That will be an honor, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm right.
Yes, Prasanna. Prasanna, I just want to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Your resort is located in a very beautiful place in Yerkad. I think, number one, location. Number two, it's a, best services which you provide, right? So besides that, in this COVID, how are you going to gain confidence of your customer to back in hotel? What are the strategy which you're going to follow?
Again, we as a guest, we started thinking, what will a guest look for when they travel to a resort? So they don't want coronavirus sticking around. That's the only fear they had. So we took a very detailed video of what we've done in our resort, right from the time they walk into enter the gate in the car till the time they check out. We started showing them what we do. I mean, we have contactless check-in. They don't have to touch the counter. They can check in from their own mobile phone. And the menu, again, they can order from their own mobile phone. We've developed an app. And the rooms are sanitized. We use UV lights, which is used to the operation theater. So every time after checkout, we put a UV light and then we sanitize the room. It's 100% safe to stay. And every month we had medical inspectors come over to the hotel and all the employees are tested. Until date, we've had 0 cases ever since we've opened. So these are some things we do, sir. And the cutleries are all sanitized. It's all in the envelope. So we follow social distancing. We opened another restaurant and made it large. So there is social distancing between the tables. The kitchen team is trained. We had some trainers come over to teach them about sanitization. So we do it in all the hotels. So these are some things we've done.
Great, great. And the next one is if you would like to give them some suggestion, for the students who are, aspiring entrepreneurs, besides whatever you have spoken, but you touched upon, gratitude, and you have touched upon empowerment. I want to know more about, something new which you are doing. Could you please share? One is that which, besides that, what you feel that which you, want to cover besides whatever you have spoken for last, 20-25 minutes. Number one. Number two, I just want to, I'm a little curious about the Japanese, because when you was mentioning about the stores, because the first, it's like assembly line technique kind of thing, what Ford did, and prior to that, Japanese have done, most of the factories, if I pick up a tool and it will be kept in the same place, right? But I think probably in hotel industry, I think first I'm getting to know that someone initiated that kind of, because normally when you mention that stores, it's a little messy. The people knew somebody enter, they don't know where things are. Now, this gives a lot of, saves time, and also you can save manpower also, rather than employing 4 or 5. You put things are in place and you will probably run with the 2 of them, right? So could you please share more on that? What is that other things which you follow in kitchen besides stores?
Okay, so 2 things. You asked me to talk about something that we do apart from what I've already spoken about. In that case, I'll touch upon health. I'm actually an acupuncturist by passion. I did acupuncture just out of curiosity, so I can actually start healing people now through acupuncture technique. But leaving that aside, one thing I would like to tell students is take good care of your health. Now, taking good care of health, I'll give you very simple techniques. I won't tell you to go pump iron and go work out at the gym. That's up to you. Eat only when you're hungry, and don't eat when you're not hungry. And secondly, hit the bed before 10 o'clock if you want to look fit and young always. Because your liver needs to eliminate the dirt accumulated in your body, and that can only happen if you're sleeping at 11 p.m. If you don't sleep, it's going to accumulate. What is accumulated is going to stay in you. It's going to start showing all over your body. You're going to start aging very gracefully. I mean, not gracefully. So that's about health, and do a little bit of physical activity. It could be a sport, or it could be gym, or it could be yoga. I do all 3 because I enjoy doing all 3. So I work out, I do jogging, and I play sport on and off, and I practice yoga at least 4 times a week. So this is about the first thing you asked me. So the second thing about 5 is, yes, we have implemented in the kitchen. For example, you walk into the kitchen, we have color-coded the non-veg knife and the veg knife. So a newcomer will know which is a non-veg knife, which is a veg knife. If you walk into a cold storage, every rack, we have a minimum maximum. So if there's a makhani gravy in a container, without even pulling the gravy and looking inside, I will know how much is there. So it's all transparent jars now. So we have a minimum, maximum, and a reorder level. So the reorder level is where you have to start making the makhani gravy again. So again, vegetables. So we have separate racks for separate vegetables. So when you walk in, you will know in which container into the store. You will know where is tomato, where is. So the ones which is not visible, we use pictures on the boxes. Now, in the store, again, we categorized it. For example, this coriander, the sticker of coriander is kept underneath the coriander. So an uneducated person who does not know to read also will know it as a coriander. The same with engineering tools. I mean, if you see, the tools are all stuck on the wall. We don't keep it on the floor. So we mark, for example, if there's let's say this is a tool. So I'll just give you an example. I'll use this wall. So we stick the tool on the wall and we put a mark around it. So when this is gone, anybody knows this tool is missing. And we've gone to an extent, there are only 5 people in our engineering department. So we have pictures of those people in a small tag, like a keychain. So if I remove this tool from the shelf, I go hang that keychain with a picture of that stuff. So anybody who walks in knows Mr. A has removed a spanner number 8 from that shelf. So that's how we've categorized the engineering department. Kitchen, again, if you say, we marked areas for everything. So the range is marked, tandoor is marked, the dishwashing is marked, and to reduce breakages, the team has come up with a lot of interesting cases. It'll be nice if I can invite all of you over to our hotel and experience all of this in person. We take our guests for tours. We let them go see our back area. It's completely kept open for anybody.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you. Over to you, Subhash.
Thank you, Chef Thiru, for asking those questions. And thank you, sir, for such an intuitive session. I'm sure our students have gained a lot from you. Now I hand over to Priyanka and Nathan for the Q&A session and interactive session. Over to you, Priyanka.
Okay, sorry, I have a question to probably the students. It's a very personal question.
Yes, sir.
I used to enjoy the vada pav near the Tiger Circle. Is the vendor still there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Amazing. How much does he charge for the vada pav?
I'm guessing 10 rupees or 12, sir. Right.
Okay, great. I paid 5 back then. Thank you. Yeah, we can go to the questions.
Yes, Priyanka, over to you.
Thank you, Subhash. Thank you so much, sir, for that incredible session. And yes, definitely the vada pav is still something we all look forward to during breaks. So I have a general question to you, since you have covered most of the entrepreneurship related topics. So what is it that you enjoy the most, like that you're happiest about being an entrepreneur in the hospitality industry as such? What brings you joy about the job?
That I personally could empower people and see to that nobody bullies anybody else. Because when I was working, people were mean to many people within the organization, and they couldn't do anything about it because they had to hold on to their jobs. So we have systems in place where thankfully I have the authority to make sure nobody gets sidelined or bullied, especially women are kept safe. So we have systems in place. Now I have the liberty to come up with those systems because I'm the business owner. Had I been one of the employees, I won't be able to implement those things. I'll be at the mercy of the organization's rules. So I think that is something that makes me feel good about being an entrepreneur.
That's so great to hear, sir. That's definitely like, thank you so much. I'll move it on, give it over to Nathan now. He'll ask you a few questions about your other venture, which is not hospitality related.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Nathan.
Yeah, going slightly off topic from what you have spoken, I would just like to ask you a question about MSV Royal Enfield. So what, you being primarily in the hospitality sector, does Royal Enfield have a link to the hospitality sector? Does it contribute in any way to hospitality and tourism? And if so, how?
It does not have anything to do with our hotel business. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little secret I learned as a little boy. My father would always say this, my uncles would say this. Now, when you're an entrepreneur, they would always tell that you should not stick to one stream of business. So have businesses which does not have any impact on each other. For example, tomorrow, if hotel industry goes through a tough time, if I have an automobile as another backup, now that is a constant source of income for me. So we always wanted to venture into something which does not have impact on hotel business. That's the only reason. It's a very personal reason that we wanted to do something. And also personally, we have plans of what we want to do in the coming years as well. So there is no correlation between these. So we wanted to have other streams of income. That's the only honest, truthful answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Over to Subhash.
Thank you, Nathan. Now I would like to quickly summarize Sir's session. Sir began his address by speaking a little about Grand Palace in Yercaud and the number of firsts it has to its fame in the city. He further went down to quote several attitudes of an entrepreneur that he or she must possess, like gratitude, being accountable, positive communication, etc. He mentioned how being grateful to each and every person in various phases of your life is very important as an entrepreneur. He told that authority and responsibility goes hand in hand. He quoted several anecdotes from his hotel Grand Palace and how organizing organizes the organization. Fact check before taking any decision is an integral part of any business, and Mr. Kumar explained this by quoting several positive decisions taken in his institute. He even mentioned how being futuristic helped them deal with the pandemic situation very well. Sir, thank you so much for your session. As a token of appreciation, I request the digital media team to present a certificate to the speaker, Mr. Prasanna Vijay Kumar. Thank you, Chirag. Before I hand over the session to the master of ceremony, can we quickly have our cameras turned on for the photograph?
Before that, there is a question on chat box from Vasantan Sigamani. Can you please check?
Okay.
It is from Facebook. It is from Facebook. Now it is there on chat box.
Okay, could you please give us some tips for us on opening our lab kitchen post-COVID? You touched upon it slightly. Now, I didn't get that very clearly, sir. In the sense, anyway, it's nice to see from you, a question from you, sir. Now, tips for us on opening the lab kitchen. So could you just elaborate that question? I don't seem to be understanding. I mean, in terms of fibers or what else? Is sir online or he'll only be able to?
I think Prasanna, Vasantan is asking about, whatever which you guys following in your hotel, right? Which, you were just discussing about SOPs and all that. No, just he wants to know, I think that's what he's asking.
Fine, sir. I mean, we follow the standard things. I mean, every employee is screened for the temperature when he comes in, and we give gloves to all the employees because the bacteria only sticks to your human skin and not to a plastic gloves. So that's what I've read. So we do that, and fibers is not going to really have anything correlated with your COVID practices. Now, this is more on trying to keep the place systematic and organized. So I don't know how far I'll be able to talk about COVID on this subject. But as an acupuncturist, if I should tell you, COVID is just another flu. Thanks to WhatsApp and Facebook, it has amplified it really large. So stick to a healthy routine. Make sure nobody reports for duty when they are sick, and do a little bit of activities, physical activities. I think we have nothing to worry about COVID. I think we can come out of this.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Convey my regards to Aarti.
Definitely, sir. Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanna. It was very nice. And
Thank you.
Your risk management, excellent. Having Royal Enfield parallelly so that this business, if it goes down, there's one more which is supporting you. Excellent planning. Okay, I like the way you have answered that question. Very nicely presented. Now, can we have the photograph, please?
Chef Thiru, can you please?
Open the yes.